Chapter 251 This is the captain's treatment. Okay. What are you fighting for? There are not many fruits on that tree, right? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were fighting to drink the special fruit of Sky Island that looked like coconut. Bai Yun advised that there were not all of these on the tree, so why bother to grab one? But no one listened to him. This was food, and it was about dignity. However, a burst of piano sounds came from a distance, like a lullaby, attracting the attention of Luffy, the other two and others. Follow the direction of the sound. Everyone looked. What sound? As soon as Zoro turned his head, he saw a fox walking under his feet. It should be a fox, but it was not so slender. What, isn't this a fox? Wait, there's a person there. Sanji's eyes were sharp, and he saw a person standing high in the distance. What, it's not that gorilla soldier again? Whistle whistle. It fits the guess of Usopp's character. It shouldn't be, there's no bull head. It has wings. Could it be an angel? Bai Yun's eyes were sharper, and he said the appearance of the person playing the piano on the high ground. Angel. With the precedent of the sour plum dried grandmother, Luffy and the others didn't have any expectations. But when the person turned around, it looked like a young girl. So. Luffy didn't understand what so meant. The girl walked down the protruding cloud and walked towards this side. Are you from Qinghai? Come here, Susu. Susu was the name of the fox, and when he heard the girl's voice, he ran towards her. We flew up from below. Do you live here? Luffy answered and asked. Yes, I am a resident here. This is Angel Beach, the holy place in the sky. This Congo, few Qinghai people know how to eat it. Is this your second time here? Seeing the fruit called Congo in Luffy's hand, inserting a straw and eating it correctly, the girl thought they were here for the second time, thinking about experiencing the second sea current like that. Nami and Usopp said they would never come again. No, this is our first time here. Bai Yun said to eat it this way. Luffy answered honestly, and his mouth also twitched in the direction of Bai Yun. The girl followed her gaze. You are really smart, ha ha ha. No, you praised me. Bai Yun was very happy. Who wouldn't be happy to be praised for being smart by others? Just don't add a big in front. The girl kept a polite smile. My name is Konis. If you have any trouble, I will help you. Konis said so. Sanji started with love words directly. Your gaze burns my heart. Then he was pulled down by Nami halfway through. You're in the way. We have a lot of questions to ask anyway. This place is simply too incredible for us. Nami said. Okay, please feel free to ask. Konis was very enthusiastic, but before Nami could ask any questions, there was a sudden movement on the sea. Hey, something is coming from the sea. Zoro asked everyone to pay attention. It's a slug. I don't know how Luffy came to this conclusion. It's my father also. Father. Konis also looked over, and it turned out to be his father also. Konis's father responded. Luffy still didn't understand what also was. What kind of conversation is this? Then Luffy noticed the tool under Konis's father's feet. What is that ship? That thing is really impressive. Are you talking about powerful? Konis asked back, but before he could explain, his father shouted. First everyone, sorry, I'm going to dock. The car flipped over just after he finished speaking. Luffy and the others didn't move. He slid from the sea to the beach and stopped when he bumped into the Congo tree. Everyone, I'm sorry, you are not injured. Konis's father climbed up with difficulty, but he was still concerned about others. Zoro was speechless. Ask yourself first. Nami looked at Viva and remembered that Luffy and the others also fished out a similar thing from the ship that fell from the sky and sank to the bottom of the sea. Luffy, isn't that the one you fished out from the bottom of the sea? Did you bring it with you? It's the Viva written in Nolando's diary, a ship that can sail without wind. Luffy drank while holding Congo. Yes, I brought it. Are these your friends, Konis? Konis's father helped Viva up and pretended that nothing had happened just now. Yes, father, we just met them. They are from Qinghai. Konis answered truthfully. Really? Then there must be a lot of things you don't know. This is Bibai. Hey, sorry. Sorry, my name is Pagia. The two of them said sorry, which embarrassed Luffy and the others. Usopp and Sanji quickly replied. No, no, you're welcome. Yes, yes, we just sorry. Pagoya was as enthusiastic as Konis, and since they were friends, he invited Luffy and the others to have a meal at his house. There was food, Luffy said, that's great. Sky Island ingredients, Sanji said, Sky Island cuisine, can I cook it? But Nami was very interested in Viper. Let me ask first, how does this move without a shell or a sail? Ah! Don't you know about shells? Konis asked back. Everyone shook their heads, except Bayun and Robin. Robin just didn't want to shake. After learning about Viva, he suddenly came to try to hold a meeting. Luffy was the vanguard. Then the boat capsized. The whole person sank. The surface of the Bibai Sea is like ice, you can walk on it, but if you hit or step on it hard, you will sink. Bayun immediately flew over, pulled Luffy up, and then pulled his legs and drove Viva back. It's a bit like the treatment of prisoners in ancient times, tied with ropes and then dragged on horseback. This is the treatment of the captain. Chapter 251. Are you the god of Qinghai? Driving Viva with one hand, Bayun is very impressive, but Luffy, who was dragged by his feet, is not so impressive. Back to the shore. Bayun also flipped over, but not completely, because he can fly. Bayun thought that if he copied Pagoya's vibrator driving skills, he didn't need to copy the flipping as well. Ah! It's all my fault for lending you vibrator, sorry. Are you okay? Konis and her father Pagoya said immediately. Bayun comforted him from falling. It's okay, Luffy is not afraid of falling, at most he will be weak for a while because of water, and he will be fine in a while. That's good times 2. No, you can fly times 2. And this is your first time to Sky Island, and you can actually drive vibrator. It can only be said that they are worthy of being father and daughter. Konis and Pagoya reacted exactly the same, even the words they said were the same, and they called Bayun you because they were too shocked. Yes, isn't it normal? Bayun replied calmly. Sorry, you don't have wind shells under your feet, and you can fly. Are you the god of Qinghai? Page suddenly became very respectful. Bayun was not used to this feeling. It was okay for enemies, but too distant for friends. Ha ha ha. I'm very happy to hear you say that, but I don't have the ability to be a god. Flying is just a special leg technique. You don't have to be so restrained. There are many people in Qinghai who can do this kind of leg technique. Bayun said that he was not lying. Those navy soldiers who can do moon step are the ones who can do it. And why can I use Wei Ba? My learning ability is a little better than that of ordinary people. Others stood behind Bayun with an expression of yes, you are right. Is that so? Sorry, you are very powerful. Konis and Page believed Bayun's explanation. In order to make full use of the power, the design of Viva is very light, so a little wave can change the direction of Viva. If you are not a person who knows the ocean well, it is difficult to do it well, sorry. Page explained, mainly explaining to Luffy. Is it so difficult? I want to ride it. Chopper asked. Yeah, I have been training since I was a child. And I only learned to ride recently. Talent like Bayun is very rare. Konis replied. It only takes about 10 years of training. Talent like this guy is very rare. Sorry. Page took over Konis's words, and sorry seemed to be a necessary word in his words to outsiders every time. This was praised, Bayun said. No, I was just lucky. Usopp was surprised. 10 years, that's too long. How can you have that kind of perseverance? Bayun patted his shoulder and motioned him to look back. Nami was seen driving the vibrator skillfully on the White Sea. Nami is riding it. Usopp's eyes bulged out in shock. After all, Bayun could ride it because of the ability of the fruit, which was normal, but Nami didn't have the replica fruit. As the first time to see vibrator, she could ride it just by looking at it. Bayun patted his shoulder again. People can't be compared. Besides, Nami is unfamiliar with the sea and the wind. Pagoya couldn't believe it. 2 geniuses who could ride vibrator appeared at once. Oh my god, it's amazing, I can't believe it. Ms. Nami, you are awesome. Sanji was as crazy as ever, and Nami gave him a punch of love. Why can't she ride it? Luffy has a childish personality, but he was beaten by Bayun when he was a child. Bayun can do almost everything, so he is immune to Bayun, but he is not convinced why Nami can do it. Nami also taunted. It does require skills. You have to be very careful, you can't learn it, Luffy. No explanation, all taunting. Chapter 252. Just thinking of other happy things. The first experience of Sky Island is flipping. However, Luffy flipped more awkwardly. Bayun flipped more easily anyway, he didn't fall. Falling 3 times Vayaba, yet. Luffy and Bayun had a car accident, even Pegaya, a local from Sky Island, also had a car accident. But Nami was very good at it. Bayun, who had the replica fruit, felt incredible. But it was very good for him to have a genius around him. But Luffy was very unhappy because he had a car accident, and Nami also mocked him. You have to be very careful, Luffy, you can't learn it. Therefore, Luffy said. Hey, Nami, we are going to Uncle's house, get down quickly, idiot, get down quickly. No grace. Sanji stretched out his foot and gently pressed on Luffy's head as mentioned earlier, this is the captain's treatment. You go first, I'll play for a while, okay, Uncle. Nami was like finding a new toy and couldn't let it go. Well, please be careful. Pegaya replied. After receiving a positive answer, Nami accelerated and drove away, enjoying the excitement and strong wind. At the same time, she was thinking, can this Viva be driven in an ordinary sea, that is, the Qinghai below? The one that Luffy brought back is probably broken. I really want to bring the Viva back. If it was the little thief before, Nami would not drive the Viva back. But she is different now, there are more important things than the Viva. Why is Nami so successful that thing shakes so badly? Usopp complained seeing the degree of shaking of the Viva, he completely dispelled his thoughts of trying it. He looks so happy. Luffy looked at Nami galloping on the sea, with envy in his eyes, and of course, jealousy. Sink. Sanji instantly punched him on the back of the head. Do you think you are still a child? Ha 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 ha. Bayun couldn't help laughing. He remembered that when he was a child, Luffy also did this to him. It really hasn't changed at all. What are you laughing at? If Miss Nami sinks, is this a funny joke? Sanji's eyes turned murderous. Bayun smiled and took the cigarette from his mouth, took a puff, and then threw the cigarette away. Not funny. I laughed because I thought of other happy things. Bayun replied while exhaling smoke. When the cigarette in his mouth was finished, Bayun stepped directly and flew up. We are unfamiliar with the place. So you don't have to worry about Nami being alone. I'll go with her. Who told you not to know the air pressure technique? When Sanji came to his senses, Bayun had already flown to Nami's side. Asshole, take good care of Miss Nami, I won't forgive you if Miss Nami loses a hair. Sanji seemed to have a bad temper. After saying that, he pulled Luffy's collar and dragged him away. Here, Pygaya and Konis led Luffy and the others up the cloud ladder to their home. Passing by the cloud-cutting field. According to Pygaya's explanation, it was a job to make clouds into various shapes to facilitate life. The spiral passage that Luffy and his friends flew up from the White Sea was made of clouds, called Cloud River. Then, Pygaya explained how sea clouds and island clouds were formed. This was mentioned earlier, and the clouds cut in the cloud-cutting field were generally island clouds. Just walk along, explain along the way, and see the scenery along the way. Soon we arrived at Pygaya's home. This is my home. Please come in. Wow, a good location, the scenery is unobstructed. You can also see the backs of Miss Nami and Bayun. Sanji sighed. Damn Bayun. Sanji was very dissatisfied. Why can Bayun enjoy a two-person world with Miss Nami? Chapter 253 Bay Energy. Sky Island Journey. Now they are divided into two groups. Nami drove the Viva on the sea to her heart's content. Bayun was so considerate, he was unfamiliar with the place, so he accompanied her. Yes, that's it. Luffy and his friends went to the homes of Pagaya and Konis. In every adventure, there are always NPCs who treat the protagonists kindly. Usopp is an idiot. Konis' home. Holding a shell, Luffy praised Usopp as soon as he opened his mouth. Usopp was very happy. Why are you talking about me? Haha, then try to press the top of the shell. Konis said. This. Luffy did as he was told and stretched out his finger to press it down. Usopp is an idiot. Why are you talking about me? Haha. Then try to press the top of the shell. The voices of the three of them just now came out of the shell, which shocked Luffy and Usopp. So magical, so fun. Wow, even the shell looks down on Usopp. It fits Luffy's brain circuit very well. What, isn't that your voice? Usopp immediately defended himself. Zoro has a brain, hey, so cool, it can record sounds. Is this the shell you just mentioned? Konis nodded slightly. Yes, this is the sound shell, which can record and play sounds. It is a shell produced by the White Sea. It is mainly used for music recording. I see, it's really cool. Zoro replied. If this is the shell, then how can the Viva be started? Robin asked a professional question. Obviously, the sound produced by the sound shell cannot start the Viva. No, the power of the Viva comes from this wind shell. This is a small one. Konis took out a wind shell with his backhand. Blow it towards the wind for 30 minutes, and it will release wind for 30 minutes. Konis explained. And it appeared space magic weapon. Bayun never knew the principle of the shell on Sky Island, but some things just didn't make sense. This is the world of pirates, what scientific principles are there? Connecting the wind shell to the back of Viva will give Viva power, and as for how much power it has, it depends on the size of the wind shell. Konis continued to explain. So that's how it works. Robin nodded slightly and replied. Luffy stood on the balcony and looked at the sea. Nami and Bayun's figures could still be seen faintly. That's great, I want to ride Viva too, I'm so envious. It's rare that we have one of our own. You have one, but it's tattered, and it's a product from 200 years ago. It must have been unusable for a long time. Usopp said, but recently everything he said seemed to be refuted. That's not necessarily true. The shell source we use is the body of the shell itself. As long as the shell is not broken, its function will exist forever. Konis explained. Bayun was more certain. It is a magic weapon. This is a magic weapon. Really? Luffy is looking forward to it. But you can't open it. Usopp poured cold water again. Luffy's mouth pursed, and he continued to look at Nami and Bayun. I'm so envious. It seems there are other types. Robin said, referring to shell, and it's not without reason, just like the glowing shell on the table now. Yes, it's a light shell. Although it's not a direct resource, the culture of Sky Island is a culture that coexists with shell energy. Others include flame shells that store fire, flavor shells that store taste, image shells that store images, etc. Konis listed other types of shells. The daily life of Sky Island is inseparable from shells. Chopper's eyes were full of stars. So interesting, so interesting. It was really interesting. Before going to Sky Island, Bayun was thinking, is there a chance to have a complete set of all shells, especially video shells? Buy more and record the adventures in the future. It is a very good animation to accompany the life of the elderly. Chapter 254. As long as there is a blood bar, you can still fight. Luffy and his friends came to Konis's house and learned about the shell energy that is closely related to the daily life of Sky Island and is indispensable. And Nami was riding the Viper on the sea at this time, and Bayun flew over her head, as if to shield her. Gwa! Suddenly, Sanji shouted from the kitchen. Zoro smiled, "What's wrong? Cut off your finger." Sanji ignored him and coughed twice with his tongue sticking out. Pagoya also turned around and asked him, "What's wrong?" "I have never tasted this sky blue sauce, so I tried it, but how can I describe the taste? It's so strong that my tongue is numb." Sanji was holding a bottle of sky blue sauce. It must be said that the color was pretty good. It was this thing that made him shout it out. "Oh! It's stinky." "Sorry," Pagoya replied calmly. Sanji turned around and smashed the sauce in his hand. "Why keep it if it's stinky?" Sanji seems very happy in the living room. Luffy sighed when he heard the movement in the kitchen. I don't know how he associated the sound of breaking glass with happiness. I guess he was so happy after seeing the food on Sky Island. Usopp had such an expression and Zoro had already fallen asleep. Robin and Chopper were still learning about other bays with conies. "Okay, it's ready." A delicious meal of Sky Island specialties and fruits and seafood. After the meal was ready, Sanji and Pagoya brought it up. It was the meal made by Sanji. If someone else named it this way, Bai Yun would have to think twice. "Bai Yun, I should have gone to eat earlier. Miss Nami is blessed by heaven. It's so rich. Delicious, this shrimp is so delicious that it's hard to describe." With a big meal in front of him, Luffy didn't move. So he had to suspect that he was possessed. Where did Miss Nami go? She's not on the sea. Bai Yun is the same. Sanji walked to the balcony and wanted to call Nami and Bai Yun back for dinner, but he didn't see them. They must have gone to play somewhere else with Bai Yun here. "It's okay, don't worry about them." Luffy trusts Bai Yun very much, even if he is just a clone. Connie suddenly thought of something, and her face was full of panic. "Father, that it's okay." "Well, conies, I also have a bad feeling." Pagoya replied. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Luffy asked while chewing meat. Conies looked at Luffy, with more apology in her eyes. "There is a place in this sky holy land that you are not allowed to step into under any circumstances. It's next to this island. We will arrive soon by riding Vayaba." "What is the place where you are not allowed to step into?" Zoro raised his eyes and asked. "It is the sanctuary. It is where the gods live, God's Island." Conies replied excitedly. And the fear in her eyes could be clearly seen. "Where the gods live, God's Island?" Luffy repeated. "What will happen if you step into it, Nami, little sister, are you okay?" Sanji asked immediately. "You will be punished by God." Conies looked at Sanji, and when she said the words God's punishment, her body trembled. Obviously God's punishment. Zoro didn't understand either anyway. If Nami and Bai Yun arrived at the God's Island, God would attack them. Luffy understood it very well, and it was okay to understand it this way. "That's right, but God is..." Conies nodded, but was interrupted by Luffy halfway through. "Ha ha ha, that's not a big deal. I remember Bai Yun said when he was a child that even if it was God, as long as there was a health bar, he could still fight." Chapter 255. Bai Yun is the messenger of God. After Luffy and his friends learned about Bay Energy at Pagoya's house, it was lunchtime, so they gave me bubbles. I was poisoned just now anyway. It was lunchtime. Sanji and Pagoya worked together to make a meal of ingredients from Sky Island. When they wanted to call Bai Yun and Nami back, they disappeared. At this time, Conies remembered the island of God, and God's punishment, and roughly told Luffy and his friends. Luffy said that Bai Yun had said, "Even if it is God, as long as there is a blood bar, it can still fight." "Bai Yun, you still think highly of me." "Luffy, I am now a clone and I meet Enel. Can you lend me your halo? So big. What is this?" Looking at the forest with trees 100 meters high in front of her, Nami was stunned. "It's obviously a forest. And there is land. It feels incompatible with Sky Island." Bai Yun came down from Nami's head and swiped the shield and landed on her right. "Sanctuary? So, is there really a god in the sanctuary?" After Luffy said if there is a health bar, then you can fight, Conies and Pagoya were shocked and couldn't believe what he was saying. However, Luffy asked indifferently, "Do gods really exist?" Politeness made Conies answer yes, because this is the kingdom of God, ruled by the almighty god Enel. Luffy listened and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Usopp knew that something was wrong. Hey Luffy, what were you thinking just now? Listen carefully, a place where you are not allowed to step into means you must not enter. Luffy was already smiling with a mouth full of white teeth. Really, is there a place you absolutely cannot enter? A place you absolutely cannot enter? I don't want to go in, I just want to find Bayun and Nami, hehe. I said before that Luffy would not lie, just pretend. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp looked at him and understood that he must go in. Wait a minute, isn't God very merciful? Even if we go into a place that we can't go in, God will forgive us. Just like Bayun always said when he was a child, the compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. Gatling Bodhisattva is also a god, Bayun said. Luffy asked. Bayun was not there, but seemed to be there. Konis was puzzled. Gatling Bodhisattva is that the god of your Qinghai. Bayun is God's messenger priest. Others, absolutely impossible, there is no such random God's messenger. Well, I don't know, anyway, every time Bayun uses that spinning gun, he will say the compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. When I was a child, it hurt when the water drops hit my body. Luffy explained, recalling the rare times when Bayun lost his temper when he was a child, and he would invite Gatling Buddha every time. Gatling, thank you, turn the gun. Except for Chopper and Robin, everyone also remembered that Bayun seemed to have said it when fighting Arlong. Isn't that guy talking nonsense? Really? But, then again, after all, violating God's rules is itself a blasphemy against God. Konis brought the topic back on track. Luffy said, really, who cares? I don't care anyway. Everyone guessed that this would happen, and Chopper was so surprised that his mouth almost fell to the ground. Thinking. It means that it doesn't matter whether the gods forgive you or not, you just want to force your way in anyway. Okay, anyway, let's go find Nami and Bayun first, I'll wait and finish this first. After briefly loving Bayun and Nami, Luffy chose to eat again, or did he trust them very much? Sanji disagreed, you are still in a hurry, what if something happens to Miss Nami? Bayun himself said that he is now a clone and is very weak. Come back and eat, no one will snatch it from you. Chapter 256. Take it. Knowing the existence of the Holy Land, the existence of God, and the existence of God's judgment, Sanji just wanted to find Nami quickly to show that Bayun was also there, but he himself said that he was just a clone and was very weak. Zoro chewed something in his mouth, glanced at Sanji, and swallowed it. Do you believe everything Bayun said? Bayun, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I am such an honest person. Sanji was silent indeed. It was the clone that Bayun said was very weak that almost drove Crocodile crazy in Alabasta. Konis also said. It is still impossible to determine where Bayun and Nami went, so it is better for everyone not to act rashly. If we offend the god Enel, we'll be finished. That's true, Sanji had to give up. At this time, Pagaya said again. Ah, by the way, can I take a look at the old viper that everyone mentioned just now? Maybe I can fix it. By the way, my father is a repairman for Viva. Konis explained, which proved that his family could afford this seaside villa. Really, please? Luffy was still chewing something in his mouth, and he immediately replied excitedly after hearing it. Back to the Island of Gods, Nami and Bayun are here. Bayun said this is a forest, Nami said. I'm not blind, I know it's a forest, but you're right, this forest doesn't fit in with Sky Island. Besides, these trees are too huge. How many years old are they? You can't even see the top of the tree. It must be many years, Bayun replied. Nami was speechless. Why didn't I know that Bayun's nonsense skills were so strong before? No, who praised you? Nami shouted angrily. Shh. At this time, a sound suddenly came from the forest, and Bayun signaled Nami to keep her voice down. Then, Nami also heard the sound. Let's go back, Nami asked in a low voice. It's too late, Bayun replied calmly. Nami heard a click from behind. Another guy wearing a cow face mask appeared behind them. pointing the cannon in his hand at them, and in front of them was the forest, and there were constant sounds: the roar of wild beasts, the cry of birds, and the shouts of people. There were also people talking. It seemed that some people were chasing someone. When they approached the exit of the forest, which was Nami and Bai Yun's side, the man with the cow face mask raised the muzzle of the gun, jumped up and aimed at the forest and fired a shot. The flames produced by the violent explosion, the faces of Bai Yun and Nami were illuminated. Bai Yun was fine, but Nami was terrified. What was going on? The Minotaur fell silent. The explosion was over, but the smoke was billowing. Suddenly, on the land of the forest, a man emerged from the smoke and fell to the ground, his face covered with blood, looking miserable. What happened? What happened? Nami was already confused. The man noticed her and Bai Yun, and immediately shouted, "Hey, save me, let me get on the boat. I didn't catch the boat, please save me. I can repay you in any way you want. Let you get on the boat, but this can only take one person. I don't know." Nami didn't know how to answer. The desire to survive makes people do something unpredictable. After hearing what Nami said, the man took out a gun. "Asshole, then give me the boat." Seeing this, Bai Yun took off and flew towards the man. In the man's sight, the sun shone behind Bai Yun, like a savior, as if he had extended a helping hand to him. The man couldn't help but stretch out his hands, wanting to accept Bai Yun's help, and then give it to you. Bai Yun snatched the pistol from his hand. "Thank you." Then Bai Yun turned around and went back. Chapter 257. There is no money, but there are plenty of bullets. Give it to me. Bai Yun and Nami had an accident in front of the Island of God. The bull-faced masked gorilla soldier, the sound of the forest, and the man who was beaten half to death emerged from the smoke and dust. The man couldn't get help, so he took out his gun and prepared to rob me. Bai Yun said, "How did you know I needed a gun? What a good man." In this way, the man was overjoyed and sad, from thinking that he was shrouded in the light of salvation to now being confused. "What do you mean? What do you mean? Save me, please!" The man shouted in confusion. The voice behind him was getting closer and closer, and despair surged in his heart. Bai Yun glanced at him sideways, and then resolutely returned to Nami. "It's not worth it. Saving him is not worth it, not to mention that he doesn't know him at all, he just pointed a gun at them. Besides, he has been spotted by Enel, and he can't escape because of his observation. Saving him is just carrying a bomb. So, why do something that has no benefit? Accumulate merit." Bai Yun said that he is a more realistic person. He was naturally angry when he was fooled. In the end, he was going to die, and he couldn't just say it out loud. The man was about to scold Bai Yun when he noticed the gorillas behind him and Nami. "Gorilla." And just after he spit out these 3 words, another strange phenomenon occurred, causing the people who came behind him to stop. The man, I still don't know what's going on. I saw blue light sprinkled over the man, covering him, and then a huge lightning column suddenly fell, lightning flashed everywhere, and thunder roared. The power of the explosion was completely incomparable to the gorilla's shells just now. The trees, the ground, and the man were all blown to pieces. Nami raised her arms to block her eyes and block the dazzling lightning. The gorilla also raised her shield. Damn it, it's Enel. He actually used earth. With a flip, the gorilla revealed the ice blade type viper under his feet, turned in a direction, and walked away without looking back. At this time, Nami was already sweating from fear. She was wearing only a bikini on her upper body and it was easy to see. Looking sideways at the gorilla, the back of the soldier left, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. At this time, a sound came from the front. "Quick, bring the water shell. Put out the fire." Nami immediately wanted to remind Bai Yun to hide when she heard it, and turned her head to see. Bai Yun had already hidden in the blind spot on the right side of the gap blown by the lightning column, and waved to Nami to signal her to come quickly. "Nami." 4 men, a dog, and a bird appeared behind the bombing gap. 4 men. One had a spider leg-like hairstyle, wearing purple clothes, and basically kept biting his upper lip and rolling his eyes. One was bald, with puffy pants and wearing sunglasses. One was like a ball, round and plump, with an orange hat on his head. One wore a pilot cap and goggles, with two beards standing straight on both sides. The man just now seemed to be talking to someone. The bald man said, and his pet dog followed. Woof woof. Shut up that damn dog. The pilot man pointed at the dog and shouted during the pursuit just now, the dog hit his pet bird. It was a guerrilla soldier, and now it has run away. The spherical man said this in response to the bald man. The bald man nodded. He is begging for help, so naive. The spider-haired man took out the sound transmission shell from his clothes. And on the other side of the sound transmission shell was Enel's voice. The spider-haired man nodded while listening, so respectful. After putting away the sound transmission shell, he told others what Enel said. The next batch of illegal immigrants has invaded the country. Again? The pilot man asked. The man with spider hair nodded. Just received a report from Amazon Granny that 7 people from Qinghai entered the country by boat. Nami and Bai Yun were listening in secret. Granny and 7 people were mentioned again. Nami instantly heard that they were talking about them. Illegal immigrants, will we be like that person? What does that mean? Who are these people? Where is this place? Nami kept thinking, but this was obviously beyond her cognition. She couldn't figure out a place she didn't know at all. It's just 7 people, a piece of cake. 7 heads, 4 can't be divided. And the 4 men had already started to calculate how to divide them up for playing. Frightened, Nami signaled Bai Yun to be quiet. Quiet. Then the next sentence from the 4 people over there made Nami's eyes stagnate. Even if we kill 2 now, 5 can't be divided. The 2 in this sentence obviously refer to him and Bai Yun. Bai Yun was not surprised. He was puzzled. Before, these 4 people all had the ability of observation, which is what they called HeartNet, but they couldn't find Nami. This was not surprising. Let's go, Bai Yun said. Nami was awakened and immediately stepped on the Viva and drove out in an instant. But he found that Bai Yun didn't follow. He turned around and saw that Bai Yun had his back to him, facing the 4 people and 2 beasts in the forest. Miss Nami, don't worry about me, let's go, Bai Yun said. He turned around and saw that Nami's figure was almost invisible. He could only say that he was being sentimental, or that Nami believed him. Are you not one of the 7 people who sneaked in? Spider-Man asked. Guess. Bai Yun smiled and replied, these 2 words are very useful. Guess. Haha. What is your purpose? This sentence was asked by the pilot man. Either, wait for us to ask the Amazon mother-in-law whether you have paid the entry fee, or accept the sanctions now, your choice. Before Bai Yun could answer, the spherical man continued to speak, and the other 3 had no objection, and were surprisingly principled. But Bai Yun shook his head. I and those 7 people are partners. No money, but plenty of bullets, Bai Yun said domineeringly, unfastening the handle of the pistol with one hand, and saw that there was only 1 bullet in it, and he slapped himself in the face. Bai Yun was so angry that he almost cursed. One, leave it for yourself, right? Chapter 258. Just want to kill you, or kill you. In the original historical trajectory, it was a bit strange that the 4 priests with observation haki could not find Nami. Look, when it was Bai Yun's turn, he was found. Bai Yun also let Nami go very righteously. And Nami also left without looking back righteously. She did the right thing. Now that she has the strength to stay, I am afraid that Bai Yun will have the distraction to take care of her, so it is better to leave. Facing the spherical man, one of the 4 great priests, Daigo, the forest guardian, said, confirm whether the entry fee has been paid or whether to accept the sanctions now. Bai Yun said that he was Luffy's partner, and there was no need to confirm. He didn't have money. He didn't give his life. He gave him bullets. He opened the magazine and saw that there was only 1 bullet left. The slap in the face came so quickly. Ha 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 ha, you are quite courageous, or you are ignorant and looking for death. The bald man said with a knife on his shoulder. He was one of the 4 great priests, Sky Livestock Farmer Om. I was just kidding. How about you go and confirm now? And I'll leave first. Bai Yun said that a husband is one who can bend and stretch. The four were stunned. Skyguard Chief Gadaz rolled his eyes and almost couldn't breathe. He seems to think we are idiots. The pilot man, the Sky Knight Shura, stared at Bai Yun. You're biting your lip again. What do you mean? He's just playing tricks on us. Bai Yun smiled, so smart. Just now, did you also ask me what my purpose was? I just want to beat you to death, or beat you to death. What do you think? Bai Yun said this. He was so domineering. Looking for death. Shura couldn't help it, and rode the bird and crashed into it. And here, the Sky Sanctuary, Angel Island, and Cute Street. The Sky Sanctuary police and the White Berets have set out to capture Luffy and the others. Nami is rushing back with all her strength, and she has to inform everyone that they have been tricked by that damn Amazon mother-in-law. The coast. Luffy and others came here after lunch. And were also ready to look for Nami and Baiun. Luffy gave the old vibrator that he fished up from the bottom of the sea to Pegaya to see. Pegaya said that it was indeed a very old vibrator, older than him. During the conversation, Luffy saw something coming from the ladder. Uncle, what is that? Pegaya was puzzled and turned his head to look. Ah! Then he heard a voice from there. That suspicious ship, stop for me. Although Luffy didn't know them, he knew from the tone that they were not friendly. Who those guys? When they got closer, they saw a group of guys wearing white berets crawling over. This way of walking was quite explosive in Luffy's cognition, and even Luffy opened his mouth in surprise. The whole team stopped moving forward. McKinley, the captain of the White Beret unit, shouted, and everyone stood up. Say hello to Pegaya and Koni's father and daughter first. So. Luffy still couldn't understand this way of greeting. Hey, what are you talking about? On the Mary, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were looking at the beach at the stern. Why are those guys crawling forward? Sanji was puzzled. Usopp replied, I don't know, they must be perverts. Chopper believed everything he said. This is pervert. If Bai Yun was here, I really wanted to tell him. No, this is not perverted, at most it's just weird. As for perverts, they will come in the future and will always exist. Skrrrrrt. Who cares who they are? Sanji just wants to find Miss Nami as soon as possible and Bai Yun. Bai Yun, thank you for remembering me. But before he could speak, McKinley shouted first. It's you. 7 illegal immigrants from Qinghai. Chapter 259. I'm your fateful star. Looking for death. Faced with Bai Yun's provocation, Shura couldn't bear it, so he rode on his pet bird, held his weapon, the knight's gun, and poked at Bai Yun. In response, Bai Yun expressed great disdain, and the tip of the gun was close to him without any confusion. He flashed behind Shura, stepped on the bird with one foot, and then loaded the gun and pointed it at the back of Shura's head. Shura's eyes opened uncontrollably. So fast. This was the only thought of the 4 people after seeing Bai Yun's speed. Nonsense. The air pressure plus the silent step is what Hawkeye said, quite fast, not to mention that Bai Yun has become more and more proficient in the air pressure after so long. The strength of the clone may not be a big deal in the eyes of Enel, but it is enough in front of these 4 priests. Who are you? Shura was puzzled. What is the purpose of such a powerful person coming to Sky Island? I am your fate, Bai Yun said with a smile. The 3 behind him ignored Shura and attacked directly. They were really good teammates. Wait, Bai Yun put away his gun and stretched out his palm sideways. What kind of trick is this? And the other 2 stopped abruptly. Shura also retreated immediately, ignoring his pet bird. After a roll, he looked at Bai Yun, but with the lesson just now, he didn't dare to attack easily again. Have you ever seen a palm technique that falls from the sky? Bai Yun said mysteriously and oppressively. Then an explosion flew up. The 4 of them immediately stood ready. A minute passed. Damn it, we were fooled. He flew out of our heart. Net reacted and was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Damn it. Shura held the gun tightly. As a priest, when had he ever been humiliated like that? Just as the 4 were about to return, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck in the air. The four stopped immediately. "It's Lord Enelu," Gidaz said. "Ha ha ha ha, that guy deserves death." Shura laughed, and it was obvious that Lord Enelu's thunderbolt was aimed at Bai Yun. 7 illegal immigrants from Qinghai. On the beach, McKinley revealed Luffy's current status on Sky Island. Pagia and Conies were both shocked. What illegal immigrants? Luffy still didn't understand. What do you mean? McKinley took out a photo of Luffy and his friends, which was taken by the Amazon old woman with a camera when they were at the Gate of Heaven, and told Luffy and his friends not to quibble. With the evidence in front of them, although Pagia and Conies had a good impression of Luffy and his friends and thought they were good people, they couldn't say anything. "Please confess and don't explain, but don't be nervous. Illegal immigrants are only level 11 crimes in God's sanction. If you explain the punishment, you can be released on the spot and continue sightseeing. What you should have said something earlier, it caused us a false alarm. Tell me, what is the punishment?" Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and crossed his arms. "If you didn't know, you would think he was punishing others. It's very simple. Please pay 10 times the entry fee. 10 billion IQ per person, and for 7 of you, that's 70 billion IQ. No matter what money it is, it's not a small amount unless it's the TND Bank or Zimbabwe. It's hard to say, just know it." "What, 770 billion? How much is that in Bailey?" Usopp asked. "Bailey, the currency of Qinghai, if converted into Bailey, is 10,000 IQ to Bailey." McKinley told the exchange rate between Bailey and IQ. 70 billion IQ, that is, 7 million Bailey. Usopp was still counting on his fingers, and Robin said calmly, as if the punishment was not her. Chapter 260 Bai Yun's temporary journey alone. On the sea. A merchant ship was sailing. The weather was good, with blue sky and white clouds, and the sea breeze was also very light. Bai Yun was blowing the wind on the deck. The merchant ship owner Ocas had a grandson named Omir, a blonde kid, who hated Bai Yun very much. Because Bai Yun had been sitting on a chair like a grandfather to rest for half a day, his grandfather was very respectful to him, and the sailors also served him tea and water. The most important thing is that Bai Yun shot and killed his seagull friend as soon as he arrived, and roasted it in front of him. He also tempted him to eat it together. He is simply a devil. It's nothing great about just shooting. I can do it too. Besides, I don't know what he is talking to himself. Is he a psychopath? Omir hid behind the mast, hiding in the same posture as Chopper, guessing what Bai Yun said. All went into Bai Yun's ears, but Bai Yun didn't have any interest in a child. When Bai Yun opened his eyes and closed his eyes, he was watching the journey to the Sky Island through the vision of the clone. "Okay, sneak attack, right, Enelu? I remember that the troops were divided into 2 groups later. It seems that one clone is not enough to play, come with another one." After speaking, Bai Yun stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the Sky Island 10,000 meters above seemed to have received a response. "Oh my, I'm so tired." After snapping his fingers, Bai Yun complained that he was tired and took a sip of the teacup. Omir complained in real time. "What's so tiring about just snapping your fingers?" Bai Yun looked in the direction he was in, and Omir covered his mouth, trying to cover up the truth. Bai Yun just looked at him, and his hand slowly touched his waist, as if he was going to pull out a gun. Omir's legs trembled with fear. Ocas saw his heart jump out of his chest on the second-floor deck, and immediately ran down the stairs. "Mr. Bai Yun, no, my waist is a little itchy." Bai Yun scratched his waist. "Pa pa." 2 sounds. Ocas fell down the stairs. Omir's legs were so weak that he sat down. "What's wrong? You two, grandpa and grandson, are your legs so weak? Are you okay?" Bai Yun got up and helped Ocas up. Ocas knew that he had misunderstood Bai Yun, and he was a little embarrassed. I'm fine, I just left in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry? Old people should go slowly." "So, you called my name just now?" Bai Yun asked knowingly. Was that action just now really itchy in the waist, or was it bullying a child? Yes, nothing, Nothing. Just asking if your tea tastes good. OCAS was a little embarrassed. Bai Yun smiled back. Very good. Wait for me to get off the boat, give me a few £1,000. What? OCAS was shocked. A few £1,000, I'm afraid he doesn't even have £1,000. Just kidding. I can't carry a few £1,000. Bai Yun replied. OCAS. Mr. OCAS, there is a pirate ship attacking ahead. It's the Silverhook pirates. When OCAS didn't know how to answer Bai Yun, the shout of the sailor on the observation deck saved him. Is it the Silverhook pirates? Okay, drop anchor. Omer, go to the cabin. Knowing that the pirate ship was coming, OCAS dropped anchor, which was against common sense. Bai Yun guessed. Is this pirate group an old friend of yours? Every time you take this route, you will meet them. You can leave if you pay, right? Mr. Bai Yun is really smart. Yes. That's it. These are also some of the rules on the route. Paying money to buy your life is better than fighting. OCAS replied. Bai Yun smiled. Has the price never increased? OCAS's face suddenly turned bad. It has increased, once a year. If it continues to increase, then I will lose money every time I go out to sea. It's normal. Bai Yun replied. Pirate groups of adventurers are rare, but there are many greedy pirate groups. After speaking, Bai Yun turned around and sat back in his chair, looking like he had nothing to do with it. Go quickly. Omer didn't want to go to the cabin, but the situation was serious and OCAS didn't want him to be alone here. Bai Yun waved at Omer. Come here, the water in the teapot is cold, help me change it. Don't do anything, I can see. Bai Yun said these words with a smile. Although Omer hated him, he still looked at his grandfather and the sailor brothers, knowing that Bai Yun couldn't afford to offend him. So he went to change the water obediently. The Silverhook pirates slowly approached, put up the connecting planks, and walked onto the merchant ship here. Oh, my old friend, old OCAS, are you okay? Walking in front was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with one eye and a silver hook on his left hand, a complete stereotype pirate. After coming up, he gave OCAS a hug, and patted OCAS's back with his intact right hand, almost making OCAS vomit blood. Ha ha, long time no see, Double. OCAS had a completely forced smile on his face. Smile. Bring it up. OCAS continued, and a sailor came over with a suitcase. This is 500,000 Baileys of toll, you keep it. The sailor opened the box and faced Double, silently thinking of a tool man, and OCAS said all the words. Seeing the money, Double was not happy, but his hypocritical smile was retracted. 500,000. 3 words, the lines are full of the meaning of so little. My old friend, the world is constantly evolving. And the money has become smaller. We have been friends for so many years, and you still don't understand the rules. Double's meaning is very simple, you have to pay more. OCAS looked embarrassed. But, last year, I said that if it's more, I will lose money. The key is that you, the captain, also agreed. Did I agree? You agree? OCAS was about to take over the conversation, but he met Double's murderous eyes and couldn't say it immediately. Thank you. At this time, Omer just changed the teapot back to Bai Yun. It was Bai Yun's thank you that caught Double's attention. Oh Okas, when did you have a woman on your boat? No, you are a long-haired Bai Yun. Double recognized Bai Yun. Chapter 261. Okay, then don't disturb me watching TV. No, you are a long-haired Bai Yun. Double recognized Bai Yun. Bai Yun's temporary journey alone can't be smooth sailing. Where is this? It's the sea. If the sea is smooth sailing, no one will go out to sea. Do you know me? Double pushed Okas away and looked at Bai Yun completely. Facing him. Bai Yun still sat still, even crossed his legs, drinking tea, So comfortable. And Omir hid behind the back of the chair under him, hiding in the same way as Chopper, looking at Dibble fearfully. 80 million heads, of course I know them, Dibble replied, his eyes full of scrutiny. He didn't believe that the pretty boy in front of him looked like he had an 80 million bounty, but after all, he had been out to sea for many years, so he naturally wouldn't underestimate the enemy by judging by appearance, but bellicosity is the nature of many pirates. I don't know you, Bai Yun replied calmly, telling the truth, which sounded very sarcastic. You, the classic boss, is not anxious, but the lackey is. Anxious. Dibble stopped the younger brother. Silverhook Sheeta's Dibble bounty, 69 million. Bailey Dibble introduced himself. 69 million, quite a lot. Bai Yun picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. His calm tone was even more irritating than Bellamy's loud ridicule, a kind of meaning that you are not in my eyes. However, Bai Yun said a lot of truth. He did have 9 million more than Green Algae Head, but Green Algae Head had been out to sea for less than a month, while Duo Ball could only say that he had been out to sea for less than 20 years. With 80 million heads, he is qualified to say that. Duo Ball was not angry but laughed. Oh. This was Bai Yun's reply. Duo Ball couldn't do it anymore. So, do you have anything else to do? Bai Yun took the initiative to ask. If you think the money is too little and you want to kill OCAS and the others, I have no objection. But I need someone to drive the boat. If they die, you must drive the boat for me. Bai Yun's tone was not telling, not discussing, but notifying, which was really domineering. Looking for death. Duo Ball's younger brother couldn't bear it, and drew his sword and chopped over. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the younger brother fell to the ground. But Duo Ball didn't even know that Bai Yun was a gunner. Oh, it's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down, Bai Yun said with a smile. He is a loyal subordinate, but he is brainless, so, what do you want to do? Bai Yun looked at Duo Ball, who had sailed on the sea for many years and couldn't help but tremble, but he still took a deep breath, raised his hand to let the crew on his ship not to shoot, then pulled out the crescent scimitar at his waist and said, fight with you. You say fight, who are you? Besides, it will kill people. Bai Yun still looked calm. Maybe he might encounter a tough guy, but this is also a confusing strategy. Being a pirate, why are you afraid of death? Duo Ball replied disdainfully, afraid of death? If you are afraid of death, you won't be a pirate. Usopp, Yan who misses me. I like this sentence. Die, I'm not kidding, I won't kill you. After I leave, you may kill OCAS and others next year to vent your anger. It's because of me, so I'm unhappy. If you want to fight, you must die. Then I'll be relieved. Bai Yun said it as if he was sure to win. You seem to think you're sure to win. Although Dibble wanted to calm down, he couldn't stand it. Even clay people have tempers. I'm just telling the truth. Bai Yun shrugged, then raised his hand, and the bracelet changed into a dagger. Sorry, this is my smallest knife. You're going too far. Dibble couldn't stand it and rushed up. Bai Yun still smiled and slapped the handle of the chair and stood up. The tip of the dagger hit the blade of Dibble's scimitar, stopping Dibble's figure. So powerful. Omir did not move. He only knew that Bai Yong had stopped Dibble with just a dagger, which was very powerful. Dibble's eyes were obviously surprised. What a rude knife. Bai Yun looked like he was preaching. Hawkeye, just copy it, right? Shut up. Dibble retreated and slashed at Bai Yun's waist. Bai Yun still blocked it with a dagger. Too slow, too weak, come again. Fuck you. Dibble couldn't help it. Raised his knife and slashed wildly. If one of his hands hadn't been lost, he would have wanted to use both hands to hold the knife and slash. But no matter which direction he slashed, Bai Yun could block his blade with a single dagger, and sparks flew. After replicating Zoro, Shanks, Hawkeye, the hegemony of the little garden giant, etc., Bai Yun's swordsmanship was not far from the swordsman. Just the feedback after the replication of Shanks and Hawkeye's swordsmanship was enough for Bai Yun's swordsmanship to defeat a lot of people in the first half of the Grand Line. So awesome. Okas had told Omir that Bai Yun was awesome and that he should respect him and be polite, but Omir didn't expect Bai Yun to be so awesome, not to mention him, and Okas didn't expect it either. Loskia of Mogu Town is incomparable to Duo Ball, and now Duo Ball is suppressed. Baguio. Bai Yun had enough fun, and with a strong bounce, he shook off Duo Ball's knife and stopped his attack at the same time. Then turned to reverse the dagger and swung it sideways to hit Baguio. Duo Ball's eyes widened and used the blade to block, but the dagger blade blocked it, but the impact could not be stopped. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, the weapon fell out of his hand, and the whole person flew out and returned directly to his ship. Captain! Captain! Double's crew immediately surrounded him and helped Duo Ball up. He seemed to be a good captain. Win! Omir shouted excitedly, but then he knew that he had lost his composure and immediately covered his mouth. Bai Yun sat back in his chair and picked up the teacup. Well, the tea was not cold yet. Double covered his chest and looked at Bai Yun, who sat back in the chair. He just felt too strong. I lost completely, I surrender, you can kill me or cut me, whatever you want. But the others are innocent, can you let them go? Double lowered his head, he was indeed a qualified captain. And he was really popular. Captain! No, Captain, we won't escape by ourselves. That won't work. Cut the grass to the root, I just said, I'm leaving, what if you take revenge on OCAS and the others? Bai Yun's words were pointing at OCAS. OCAS was a shrewd businessman. Mr. Bai Yun Double and I are old acquaintances. Although he collects tolls, it is because of him that we have not been attacked by other pirates over the years, so please spare his life. Bai Yun glanced at OCAS. Whatever, you decide for yourselves, if they take revenge on you in the future, it will not be my business. Revenge later, revenge later. Bai Yun kept mentioning this word. The more he mentioned it, the more embarrassed Double would be to do it in the future. Of course, of course. Okas said with a smile. Bai Yun had to admire his courage. No wonder he dared to be a sea merchant in the pirate world. Okay, then don't disturb me watching TV. After that, Bai Yun closed his eyes. Chapter 262 Earn Money, okay. Cosplaying Hawkeye. Bai Yun closed his eyes and continued to watch TV. His temporary journey alone will end. But his journey with Luffy will not end, until they complete their dreams. Back to the 10,000 meter Sky Island. After hearing Robin's conversion, 70 billion Ike is 7 million Baileys. Sanji was unhappy. What's so expensive? How many tons of rice can this buy? Worthy of being a chef. We worked hard to get to Sky Island, why should we pay you such a large entry fee? McKinley said. What are you talking about? If you think it's expensive, why don't you just pay it at the beginning? Why do you have to wait until the fine is paid? Even if you pay it at the beginning, it's still expensive. Sanji shouted back, feeling justified in being poor. Forget it, don't worry about them. Let's go find Miss Nami first. Maybe Miss Nami is complaining that Bai Yun is useless and asked me to find her. Bai Yun, don't do it in this barber shop. 7 million, you'd have to be crazy to pay it. And you can't afford it. Sanji said he would just ignore them. In response to Sanji's words, McKinley said that their white berets were directly under the priests, and refuting would only make the crime worse. Seeing the vibrator on the ground again. By the way, where did this vibrator come from? It looks like you destroyed it. Qinghai people destroyed items on Sky Island, which is a level 10 criminal. No, sorry, they brought it themselves. Paigeia immediately helped Luffy and the others explain. Yes, I brought it myself. Luffy also spoke. McKinley is competent. If I brought it myself, that would be strange. There is no viper in Qinghai. If you steal on Sky Island, you will be a 9th level criminal. Luffy couldn't help it. He didn't say anything. The level went up, mainly the crime level. I'm so annoying. Be careful or I'll beat you up, Luffy shouted, and Nami, who came back from the sea riding viper, heard it. Wait for me, Sanji responded first, his eyes turned into hearts. Miss Nami. You're back, are you okay? Where's Bai Yun? This sentence was very quiet. Bai Yun, although, I still thank you, Luffy, don't resist those people. After hearing the words of the 4 priests and seeing the lightning pillar that fell that day, Nami knew she was going to mess around. Don't resist. Hey Nami, can you afford the 7 million berries fine? Usopp was a little unconvinced Nami would compromise on the money. Obviously not. Great, it turns out that a fine can be used to solve it. Nami lowered her head and said calmly. Calm down. This is too expensive. The next second, she drove a car directly and hit McKinley in the face with a bang, breaking at least one of his front teeth. Captain! The White Beret troops were shocked. They had never seen such arrogant Qinghai people. Nami reacted. Oh no, I can't help hearing your unreasonable and huge demands. Ha ha ha, it really looks like you, Nami. Anyway, I can't afford it, give him a Vayaba. It's a profit. Bai Yun suddenly appeared from behind and said. Because Viva is very small, the two of them are leaning against each other for a long time now. Sanji was furious when he saw this. That should be my position. Asshole Bai Yun, get down. Bai Yun, where did you come from? No, don't talk about this first, get down first. Nami was also surprised where Bai Yun came from, but now is not the time to talk about this. Okay. Bai Yun was very obedient and got off the car directly. Nami returned Viva to Pagaya, and then pulled Luffy and Bai Yun and ran. Run. Ah, why, didn't you provoke him just now? Luffy asked, puzzled. Nami said that it was just an accident just now. It was just an accident just now. If you provoke that god, it will be over. Chapter 263. He is familiar with the $0 purchase. Nami and Baiun came back with the information. After hearing the 7 million Bailey fine, Nami couldn't help but give the captain of the White Beret unit, McKinley, a Vayaba. The wound made his front teeth fall out. He returned the Vayaba and wanted to run. McKinley certainly disagreed. Stop right there. You have no way to escape. You have abused me, plus the crime of obstructing public service just now. You have become a 5th-level criminal. Now in the name of God Enel, you will be punished by the flowing cloud. McKinley shouted with a bloody nose. Luffy listened to the word flowing cloud and thought of the clouds in front of the gate of heaven. He thought it was very interesting. What is that? It sounds comfortable. Konis replied, no, it's not comfortable at all. It's to put you and your people into the big island cloud with no way to retreat, drifting in the sky forever until you turn into bones. It's a death penalty. I see, so the ship that fell from the sky we encountered before might be the one that was sentenced to the floating cloud. In addition to Luffy, Bai Yun, and Nami on the shore, others were also listening on the boat. And Robin also made a guess after hearing it. Thinking of the bones that almost kissed him, Usopp still felt sick and scared when he thought about it now. McKinley stopped talking nonsense and gave an order. Catch them. The members of the White Berets drew their bows and accumulated strength. Run quickly, you can't beat them. Konis shouted. She really didn't know the strength of Luffy and his men, but as a citizen of Sky Island, she naturally knew how powerful the White Berets were. Please shut up, miss, you sound like you are shielding a criminal. McKinley is quite polite, except that he is a bit annoying and doesn't listen to people. Since they want to fight, Luffy and the others will not surrender. Luffy clenched his fist, Zoro drew his sword, and Sanji raised his leg. Baiyun. Bow and arrow, can you give me one? No one paid attention to him. Release. Cloud arrow. Seeing that the fight had started, Luffy pushed Nami away directly. Go back to the ship, don't get in the way. Nami. It almost pushed Nami to the beach. At the same time, Luffy watched the attack coming. What were those white streaks? When it got close, Luffy jumped up and shrank back before he realized what it was. Wow, it's a cloud. The arrows shot out of small rivers of clouds. Up, down, left, and right, several rivers of clouds surrounded Luffy. The White Beret members responsible for the attack stepped on the rivers of clouds with their ice blades and quickly approached Luffy, and slashed at Luffy with their double swords. And then, Luffy disappeared. He stretched out his arms and flew towards the Congo fruit tree. So that's how it is, your stuff is fun. Luffy said while he was upside down in the air, looking down. Bai Yun agreed, it's really fun. He dodged instantly, and when he stabilized his body, the bows and arrows in the hands of the archery members were all in his hands. What happened? Thank you for your gift. Bai Yun was still as polite as when he was a child. And he was familiar with the $0 shopping. What's wrong with these two guys? What a fast speed! And his arms are stretched out. The members of the army, Paglia and Konis, were all shocked. It was just like when Luffy and the others saw all kinds of strange bays. And McKinley, as the captain of the army, still had some knowledge. Could it be a devil fruit? In the air, Luffy quickly rotated his body. Rubber fireworks. Then his hands and feet stretched out and hit down like fireworks. Densely packed, all smashed down, no one could escape. After one round, all were killed instantly. On Zoro and Sanji's side, they put away their swords and put down their legs, and the battle was also resolved. As for Bai Yun, he shuttled around the fallen members of the army and continued his $0 shopping. Chapter 264 I killed them all. Don't pick them up, Bai Yun, they are all junk, as if we are collecting junk. Putting his feet down. Sanji lit a cigarette. Seeing that the three of them had stabilized their bodies, Bai Yun was still picking up weapons. What a pity. I am just a clone, very weak, I have to take more weapons to protect myself. Bai Yun pretended to cough twice and replied. He got Sanji's white eyes, very weak, he couldn't see the speed just now, you call it very weak. Zoro's sword was completely sheathed, and suddenly thought of something. Hey, Nami, how much money do we have on the ship now? There are still 50,000 Baileys left. Nami replied. Just say it, I can't pay the fine at all, even if it's not a fine, I can't pay it. 50,000, only that little. Zoro said that he had never been so poor when he was a bounty hunter. Yet, it can only last for a day or two. Nami pinched her brows, she always had to worry about money. Luffy was not satisfied. Why is it so little? As the captain, I have to say something to you, how do you manage your finances? Bai Yun, Luffy is so great. He even knows the word financial management. Bai Yun was really praising. Luffy was not satisfied, and Nami was even more dissatisfied. What are you barking about? It's because you eat so much. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. If they had paid for their meals when they were young, it would probably be more than enough to sell Dodon. In short, under my wise leadership, Battle Formation B was a great success. Usopp spoke without hesitation. Chopper believed everything. Really? Pagoya and Konis were also amazed. Wouldn't the Qinghai people become weaker because of the thin air when they came here? Okay, you shouldn't use these weapons, right? So, what should we do next? Bai Yun finally took only 3 weapons, a bow and quiver on his back, a machete on his waist, and 2 double-headed thorns in his hands. There were only these 3 things, and Bai Yun was just comparing which one was stronger. What to do next is the captain's decision. However, before Luffy could speak, McKinley, whose nosebleed had not stopped, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, idiots, it's okay to obey us obediently. Our white berets can be said to be the friendliest law enforcers on this island. If it were them, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. You are already second-level criminals, and crying and making a fuss now will not help. Ha ha ha. McKinley covered his face and laughed, then took his hands off, and pointed at Luffy and the others with a firm look. The priests of the Island of Gods will personally punish you also. Faced with his impassioned speech, he shouted loudly. No one reacted. Except for Paglia and Konis, they were almost scared to death. It was Bai Yun who broke the silence. Oh, the priests. Is it a spider head, a ball, a bald head, and another one too ordinary? No impression. Although Bai Yun's words were blasphemous to the priests, the characteristics he said were completely consistent. McKinley was of course shocked. You are a Qinghai person who just came to Sky Island, how can you know the priests? We just came back with Viva. You should not have forgotten. Bai Yun tilted his head slightly and looked at McKinley's left face that was hit by Viva just now. McKinley stretched out his hand to cover his face, and almost shouted when he pressed the gap. His face was purple, a man's self-esteem. Zoro and Sanji said, "Idiot! Why are you talking nonsense?" After relieving himself, McKinley asked. Bai Yun smiled back. "This is not nonsense. Because we just rode out on Viper and met 4 priests. I killed Themel." As soon as Bai Yun's words came out, everyone's brain exploded immediately, especially McKinley, who was dumbfounded. No. Impossible, right? Indeed, I'm kidding. Bai Yun said lightly, still with a smile. The shocked people just now were really ups and downs in their hearts. Chapter 265. If it was chased by a girl, it would be fine. McKinley said that Luffy and the others were finished. And the priests would punish them personally. Bai Yun said that he just went out and killed all the priests. McKinley said it was impossible. Bai Yun said, "Yes, you are right. I'm kidding." When these words came out, everyone staggered and McKinley fell to the ground. "Bai Yun, can you be serious?" Nami shouted angrily. Bai Yun felt wronged. "I just wanted to break the silence, it was just a little joke. This is not funny." Nami was still angry. Assholes, you assholes, just wait to be punished." McKinley climbed up and ignored his men. He ran away after saying harsh words. Luffy and the others had no time to care about him. He was no longer a threat after seeing his strength. A captain who was killed by Wei Ba. Well, it's terrible. So, what happened to you just now? Back to the topic, Zoro had to figure out their current situation and asked Nami and Bai Yun. Nami then told her and Bai Yun what had just happened. "We were obviously fooled by that damn old woman. She said we can pass, but if we pass, it will become its illegal entry. This is fraud." Nami was very angry. She was the only one who lied, but she didn't expect that she would also make a mistake. "By the way, Bai Yun, didn't you stay to stop the 4 priests? How did you suddenly appear behind me? How many clones do you have?" Nami suddenly thought of Bai Yun, who appeared from behind her and stood on the same viva with her. Wasn't Bai Yun trying to stop the 4 priests? Even if he came back, how could she not see it? Bai Yun told everyone about the fight between him and the 4 priests just now. "Then I flew away. But that god Enel couldn't afford to play with it and made a sneak attack. Fortunately, I was fast enough to dodge it. After catching up with you, Miss Nami, I turned back into a bullet and fell on the viva. You drove so fast all the way, it's normal that you didn't notice it." The voice fell. Luffy and Usopp laughed loudly, and others including Robin couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. They just stood there waiting for Bai Yun's palm technique falling from the sky for a few minutes. Ha ha ha, it seems that the priests are not so scary, Usopp said, and now that he didn't fight, he began to disdain. Ha ha ha, yes, so stupid, ha ha ha. Luffy agreed. Although Bai Yun did not take the priests seriously, he still said, "Don't take it lightly, idiot, it doesn't mean weak strength." When saying this, Bai Yun looked at Luffy. "Ha, Bai Yun, what are you looking at me for? What's wrong?" Luffy didn't understand, so Luffy asked. "No, I'm looking at you." Bai Yun smiled and replied. Luffy accepted this answer happily. "Really, ha ha ha." Zoro and Sanji's backs were speechless. "You believe this? Let's get back to the point. However, even if we were told that we could not enter or had to pay a 70 berry entry fee, we still chose to break in." Bai Yun was talking nonsense when he said this. He looked at Nami. "Shut up." Nami rolled her eyes at him. "Just know it. You still want to say it out loud, right?" Bai Yun shrugged, stretched out 2 index fingers and crossed them, and put them on his mouth. Nami ignored him. Pagoya spoke at this time. Anyway, it's bad we can't do anything about you becoming a second-level criminal. Nami turned her head and found that Pagoya and Konis were already 800 meters away from them. Why do you have to talk so far away, hey? Luffy smiled, it doesn't matter, we are used to being chased anyway. It would be great if it was a girl chasing us. Just as Sanji was about to speak, a voice came from behind him. Turning around, it was Bai Yun, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Who doesn't know you? Chapter 266. Wouldn't it be better to just jump down with the current? Facing Bai Yun's who doesn't know you eyes, Sanji said, who doesn't love beautiful women? What a pity, Bai Yun. You and Nami came back first. We were just about to go on an adventure to that place that is absolutely not allowed to enter. No, we were going to look for you guys. Bai Yun smiled back. Luffy's lying skills have always been poor. Nami said, you are so easy to be seen through, Luffy. Then Nami flash body to Luffy's body, raised her hand and kept pressing Luffy's forehead, with a tone of disappointment. What great adventure! I told you there is a terrifying guy hidden on that island. You didn't see it with your own eyes. Although I don't know if it is a god, but it is indeed a power similar to that of a god. It fell from the sky. I will never go to that island again. That is thunder and lightning. What? Bai Yun said lightly, and Luffy, who was beaten, and Nami, who beat him, looked over. I said, the power displayed by that god is thunder and lightning. Whether it is the power that struck that person to pieces, or the power when he attacked me in the air, it is thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. A very terrible power in nature. Miss Robin took over Bai Yun's words. The others were silent, while Usopp and Chopper hugged each other in fear, not even a trace left. Did you hear that, Luffy? Nami turned her head and was about to persuade Luffy, but found that he was laughing even deeper. Bai Yun also laughed. You want to go more, right, Luffy? Hee hee. Luffy nodded. Nami, if you are afraid, just wait for us here. Nami heard this and said, what are you talking about? No. The pursuers will come at any time, leave this country quickly. Luffy's eyes widened when he heard this. Leave? What nonsense are you talking about? For you, which is more important, life or adventure? Adventure. Nami did not include it in the options. Of course it's life. The second is money. It's money. Sanji twisted and moved closer. Ah, then the second is me. Nami didn't even turn her head and slapped Sanji away. Go to hell. What Sanji heard, fuck you. You still love me, Miss Nami? I have no opinion on what to do next. But Miss Nami, you said you want to leave Sky Island, so how do you leave? Bai Yun asked the question. Everyone suddenly realized. Yes, at the beginning, I only thought about how to desperately come to Sky Island, but didn't think about how to get off. Nami also began to feel a little helpless. Just jump down with the current, Luffy said, picking his nose with his pinky finger. Bang! Nami couldn't help it and punched Luffy on the head. Let alone we don't know what the current is, I won't do it even if I die. Is there any safe way for us to return to Qinghai safely? Usopp asked the native Konis. At this point, there is no safety here. Konis refers to Luffy and his friends becoming second-level criminals. However, there is indeed a way back to Qinghai. But we have to go back to the lower White Sea first, and then go to the far east, to a place called End of the Cloud. The End of the Cloud, it sounds very far away. Bai Yun replied, yes. But I still don't recommend you to escape because the Sky Sea is vast and boundless. It means that it is difficult for us to escape from the palm of those guys' hands, right? Nami replied, but then smiled. But even if we don't leave, the ending will be the same, and if we stay any longer, it will only cause trouble for the two of you. This place has been exposed, let's set sail. Thank you, Konis, Uncle Page. Many times, Nami is more like a captain. Luffy is just a guy who likes to eat, but he is indeed the only captain on the Mary. Chapter 267. Let's go buy some oranges. Nami said to set sail. Luffy agreed, but it was just to set sail to the island of God for adventure, not to the White Sea, to the end of the cloud. By the way, uncle, can all the dishes just now be packed and taken away? What Luffy cares most about is eating, companions, and adventure. Of course. Page and the others are like enthusiastic and will not refuse. Great, bring the lunch box over here, Sanji. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. You're smart in this regard. Usopp also came out. Since Pago is a powerful repairman, he must have repair tools. Usopp asked him to give some repair tools, and he agreed. Sky Island food, I haven't eaten it yet. I haven't visited Uncle Pago and Miss Koni's house. I'll go with you, Bai Yun said. In this way, Luffy, Bai Yun, Sanji, and Usopp prepared to go to Pago's house again. Nami walked towards the direction of the Mary, turned around and saw that the four of them were farther away from her, and said helplessly with her hands on her hips. Hey, where are you going? We're going to buy some oranges, you stay here and don't move. You don't need to guess that this sentence is from Bai Yun. We're going to get the food, you should prepare for the adventure first. Luffy replied, as expected, he would not give up the adventure. Nami held her forehead. Baiun, that guy, always answers like this when asked where he's going. And never tells me what he means. And Luffy is determined to go on an adventure. That place is really scary. Nami turned around and shouted at Zoro. Zoro crossed his arms and looked indifferent. How should I know? I don't care, and don't expect me to stop him. Chopper, you're on my side, right? Zoro said he was not convinced, so Nami turned directly to Chopper. Ah! Chopper's steps back to the ship suddenly froze, and he didn't know how to answer. Don't scare him. Zoro replied, really spoiled. With Zoro's help, Chopper also transformed into a human form and jumped up, grabbed the side of the ship, turned back, and flipped back to the ship, but fell on his butt. I was just about to put the ladder down, Robin said while putting the rope ladder. Chopper could only touch his head embarrassedly. The four returned to the ship, and Zoro's goal was clear, under the mast. Don't you know Luffy's stubborn temper? Even if everyone protests, he won't change his mind, Zoro said as he walked. And when he arrived under the mast, he sat down directly, leaning against the mast. Anyway, I won't go. Nami was very determined. Then do it. Zoro also answered straightforwardly. Nami was so angry that she almost transformed. What do you mean do it? Do you want me to be killed by the pursuers? Then be killed. Zoro replied indifferently, already drowsy, saying that if someone attacked Nami, or other partners, he would never stand idly by. Nami was speechless about this super straight man. Robin, let's defeat Luffy together. Nami had already accepted her fate. This sentence was just a joke. Maybe it was true or not. Robin also knew it was a joke, so she replied. Impossible. Nami sighed deeply. This is Koni's coming to the ship. She told them that she knew there was a current that could lead them to the White Sea, the end of the clouds, and she could help take them to that current. Nami exclaimed that it was great. And she would go to that current and wait for Luffy and the others to come back. If they found something wrong, it would be too late. Too late to come back. I think Luffy will turn around and come back, Chopper whispered. Then tie him to the mast. Nami was so angry that she seemed to have imagined the scene of Luffy doing this. Okay, then I'll go down and drive the Viper to lead the way for you, Koni's replied. Although she was smiling, the smile was very forced. Moreover, at present, knowing how terrible the situation of Luffy and the others was, with Koni's personality I can't laugh, and I won't be so calm. Robin can see it, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 268 This cake is really delicious. With Koni's leading the way, Nami and the others drove the boat to adjust the current under the boat. Koni's said that this current can go to the end of the White Sea and the cloud. McKinley, the captain of the White Berets, pushed aside the bushes on the shore. He didn't leave yet, but crawled behind the bushes. Listening to Nami and the others' conversation, I just felt ridiculous. Pursuers, haha. God and priests are like immovable mountains. Just wait for the sanctioned people in the Holy Land. When you set sail, it's time to accept the test. You will be guided to the forbidden Holy Land Island of God. Oh, this seafood platter is so delicious. Bai Yun was hungry after all, he hadn't eaten since he came to Sky Island. Sitting with Luffy, the two of them ate. Usopp was putting away the repair tools that Pagia gave him. Sanji was putting together a lunchbox, which he said was also an art. Konis had returned here, which proved that Nami and the others had reached the correct current. Luffy said that Sanji's art of putting together a lunchbox was praised by Pagia and Konis. Well, it's the same if you eat it. Sanji was very angry. A guy who didn't understand art, don't talk nonsense, listen carefully. Eating starts with viewing. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. This is why you always take pictures before going out to eat, let the people in your circle of friends eat, and send them to friends who can't come out together. How good it is, let them eat first. I'm full. Putting down the plate and picking up a plate of cake, Bai Yun walked to the balcony, and after dinner, he enjoyed the scenery with dessert. It was a fairy life. Usopp squatted on the ground to pack the tools into his bag, and now he had put them away, and stood up to watch the scenery with Bai Yun. But suddenly, he found that something was wrong with the Mary. Wait, something seems to be wrong with the ship. Indeed, the ship seems to have grown taller. Bai Yun replied. Grown taller? What do you mean? Bai Yun? Sanji asked puzzledly. It just looks taller than usual. Bai Yun replied but didn't reply. Usopp? Sanji gave up and shouldn't have asked Bai Yun in the first place. It seems to be very noisy on the ship. Usopp replied. Noisy? Are they having a party? Words that fit Luffy's brain circuit. Sanji and Luffy came over immediately. Sanji took out a small single-sided telescope and looked at the ship, automatically focusing on Nami, and then Sanji discovered something extremely important. Ah, Miss Nami, why are you wearing a shirt? Woohoo! Usopp slapped him on the back of his head. Where are you looking at? What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, the Mary started to move, moving backwards, moving very quickly. Ah, the ship is leaving. Where are they going? And they're going backwards, so cool! Luffy exclaimed. Usopp, as a sniper, has sharp eyes. No, it's not the ship that's moving, look at the bottom of the ship. A shrimp. Bai Yun replied. Luffy. What? It's a huge shrimp carrying the Mary. Bai Yun replied in detail. Really so cool? Luffy thought it was cool, but Nami on the Mary was scared. Pagoya also saw it clearly, and with Bai Yun's words, he knew what it was. That's a specialty of the White Sea, super fast shrimp. Express shrimp, super fast shrimp, of course it's super fast, and it also has the word super. It disappeared from Luffy's sight in a short while. Looking at the direction it was going, it should be the Island of God. Why are you wearing a t-shirt? Sanji is still concerned about this. Usopp complained. Hey, why are you still concerned about this? They disappeared with the Mary. Hey, Luffy, Sanji is stupid. What should we do now? What should we do? Where are they going? Luffy is concerned about this issue. Usopp is so desperate, but fortunately there is Baiun. Baiun, what should we do now? Baiun met Usopp's eyes. Still chewing the cake in his mouth, Baiun's response to Usopp's question was to continue chewing. This cake is really delicious. Usopp. You are playing dumb, right? Help. Chapter 269 Living Sacrifice, Test. You are playing dumb, right? Baiun. They were taken away, do you know? Usopp is very panicked now, more panicked than usual, in short, very panicked. Baiun nodded, I know. Then why are you so calm? Usopp asked puzzled. But, this cake is really delicious, Bai Yun said with a sincere face. The cake is really delicious. Well, now that they have been taken away, it is a fact, and there is no point in worrying with Zoro and Sister Robin here. There shouldn't be a big problem now. The main thing is to figure out what happened and where they went. For this, we have to ask the locals. Bai Yun ate the last bite of cake and turned to look at Pegaya and Koni's Luffy, Sanji. And Usopp understood and turned to ask where did they go. Pegaya's forehead was covered with sweat. The superfast shrimp is the messenger of God, and the things it carries are always tributes to God. Then the destination is the northeast of the island of God, the altar of living sacrifice. Living sacrifice? Do you mean that Miss Nami, Miss Robin, and other guys will become living sacrifices to God? Fool, stop kidding. Sanji understood what living sacrifice meant, and now he didn't care why Nami put on a shirt. Sanji, I know you are anxious to save Zoro, but don't worry. Things are not that simple, right, Uncle Pegaya? Bai Yun said. Sanji turned around and shouted, who wants to save the green algae head? I care about Miss Nami and Miss Robin. Poor little Chopper. And Chopper, okay, calm down and listen to what the uncle says. Pegaya gave Bai Yun a grateful look and continued. Well, Bai Yun is right. I've heard that there are two kinds of punishments for sinners in God's judgment. They are living sacrifice and test. That is, your companions are now the living sacrifices that have fallen into the hands of God, that is, hostages. And in fact, it is you four who will be punished. Ah, what's going on? As expected, Luffy didn't understand. It sounds a bit like a rescue game. Bai Yun said. Ah, what game? Luffy still didn't understand. Pegaya said that it would be easier to understand if there was a map. It just so happened that there was one, which was found on the giant ship that fell that day. According to what Pegaya said, Luffy and his friends had to start from Angel Island and drive the shell boat through the forest where the God's Pipe was located. As long as they passed the forest and reached the living altar and joined their companions, the test would be considered a success. Usopp was puzzled. No, Uncle. Why do we have to go through this island? Can't we just go in from the outside? Usopp's thoughts. But the idea is not beautiful, and the reality is cruel. Pegaya said it was impossible, because the difference between this ancient map and the current God's Island was that the current God's Island was covered by many rivers. Even if Luffy and his friends could land near the altar, they could not walk to the altar. There were hundreds of rivers of all sizes scattered throughout the island, and the only way to get to the island was to cross the Cloud River. Sanji understood and took out a cigarette and lit it. I understand, no matter where you land, you will be trapped in the river, right? Pegaya nodded, yes, and there are piranhas in the river. It's really scary. Bai Yun sighed without a soul. Luffy could still laugh. Anyway, we just need to beat up the priest that Bai Yun and Nami talked about, right? That's the theory. Bai Yun replied. That's much simpler, ha ha ha. As long as it's a fight. And there's no need to think, Luffy thinks it's much simpler. You can still laugh. A complaint from Usopp. As a local, Pegaya was naturally afraid of the priests and gods, and reminded them. Don't be careless, the strength of the four priests is definitely beyond your imagination. But the most important thing is that there is God Enel on this island of gods. Chapter 270c, They Don't Agree. The main thing is that there is God Enel on the island of gods. Pegaya said in a panic, and his face, how to say it, also showed awe of God. Really? I have seen the four priests, they are just okay, but their brains are not good. As for God Enel, if they are not, how can I know? But according to what you said, Uncle Pegaya, as long as we pass the test of the priests, even if we pass the sanctions, this God Enel will not go back on his word and attack us, right? Bai Yun acted calmly. Is this a sign of strength? No, it's just a sign that the death of the clone is not a big deal, at most a billion points. Ha ha ha. Bai Yun is right, if you don't fight, How can you know how powerful it is? Luffy agreed with Bai Yun. Sanji pressed the cigarette butt on the ashtray made of shells. Anyway, I will definitely rescue Miss Nami and Miss Robin. I hope the Mary is okay. Usopp prayed for this. The Mary has suffered too much that it shouldn't have to endure at this age. Pagia didn't know what to say, so he could only answer, I wish you all peace. Angel Island. Cute Street. Conies led Luffy and the others to the starting point of the Cloud River to the living altar. To get there, you have to pass through Cute Street. Wow, this is really nice. Look, the shops are all floating in the air. Looking at the town streets that looked like a fairy tale, Luffy sighed, or rather, he would feel that anything new to him was interesting, and even wanted to catch a zombie, just because he thought it was interesting. Lovely Street is the only prosperous street on Angel Island, and it was built using the characteristics of the island cloud. However, compared to Luffy's curiosity, the angel residents on Lovely Street avoided them. They seem to be avoiding us. Usopp looked around. Remove the word seems, and it means they are avoiding us. Bai Yun replied. It's a pity that those beautiful angel ladies thought I was a bad guy. Sanji looked like he had lost a lot, and there was no way to strike up a conversation. Ha ha ha, it feels good this way, no one is blocking me when I walk on the street. Luffy never cared about what others thought of him. He knew that pirates were not good people, but he just wanted to be one of them. But the things here are so strange. It would be great if I had money. I wonder if I could exchange them with treasures. When you go shopping, you will naturally have the desire to buy, and there are many strange things that meet Luffy's aesthetic taste. Treasure. Do you mean the stone that is square on one side and round on the other side that you picked up next to Colicate's house? Bai Yun and Luffy looked at a strange Sky Island fruit together. Yes, that stone is rare, Luffy affirmed. Bai Yun glanced at the boss, who was almost scared to fall down. See, I don't agree. Okay, you two, you still have the mood to go shopping. Miss Nami and the others are going to become living sacrifices. Do you want to save them? Sanji had a tone of regret. Save them? It's okay, Zoro is here. Luffy replied. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. I just said that with Zoro here, there shouldn't be a big problem. It would be a big problem if we leave it to him. He might get lost in the forest and get dizzy. Sanji replied. Sanji really understands Zoro. Bai Yun replied in a strange tone. Sanji crossed his arms. Hey, doesn't everyone know that he has a poor sense of direction? Okay, let's go. Sanji urged. But Luffy saw something strange again and was attracted to it. Oh, what's that thing in the middle of the street ahead? The four of them came to the statue. Bai Yun didn't know how to describe it. It looked a bit like the stone sculpture of a human face on Easter Island, but it was different. The stone sculpture on Easter Island didn't have hands, but this one did. The face didn't look like a human, but more like an elongated monkey face with two big fangs. Chapter 271. It's like turning on the vibration mode. Conies explained the strange stone statue that Bai Yun and the other four were watching. That is the earth, the eternal admiration of the sky dwellers. Ah, you admire this? So strange. Even Luffy found it strange. Conies smiled helplessly. Yes, it must be difficult for Qinghai people to understand. It is indeed difficult to understand. However, different people have different beliefs, and we respect different beliefs, unless they are cults or evil things. But seeing the friendship between you and Uncle Pagia, Conies, your admiration should not be an evil thing. Bai Yun replied. He never understood this statue, the earth. When Enel used God's punishment to beat the fleeing man in front of Nami, Walpa also said that Enel's power was the earth. So, what does the word earth specifically refer to? Thank you for your recognition. Hearing Bai Yun's words, Conies responded politely. And behind the stone sculpture is the starting point of the Cloud River. Angel Island Pier. There are many ships parked in the clouds. Luffy immediately fell in love with a boat with a bull's head. Wow, look, this dragon boat is so cool. Let's borrow this one. Bai Yun just smiled and said nothing. Luffy seemed to have forgotten that they had no money. Your boat is here. Behind him, Conies called Luffy and the others over, and the boat they rented was here. Luffy turned around and was very excited. Great, we can have fun with the dragon boat. Sanji couldn't stand it anymore. Are you here to save Miss Nami or are you here to have fun, bastard? Maybe it doesn't matter to Luffy. Bai Yun smiled. Tick. A special effect. This is the Raven. The boat Conies rented for Bai Yun and the others was a boat with a crow's head compared with the luxurious boat with a bull's head just now. This one was indeed a little simple. Ah, it looks so bad. Luffy's excitement was cut in half. Not bad, Luffy, at least there is a sunshade, Bai Yun said. He didn't mind what the boat looked like. If there was an ice skate type vibrator, he would try to slide over just like that. Anyway, he could fly and was not afraid of falling. This is the boat I used before I learned vibrator, although it is not as fast as vibrator. It is also equipped with double wind shells. Please feel free to use it, Conies introduced, but I still think that one is better. Zoro, Luffy, and the Straw Hat Pirates are two straight men. Ah, don't like it, but I don't have money to rent that boat. This made Conies so anxious that she didn't know what to say. Sanji turned around and raised his foot to stomp the straight man unconscious and stepped on Luffy's face. Asshole, ungrateful asshole. Apologize to Conies' sister quickly. You are getting too much. I'm sorry. Luffy apologized obediently. No, it's okay. Conies immediately waved her hand and told Bai Yun how to go. The exit is at exit 2. After you exit, there is a wide cloud river leading to the island of God. Follow the cloud river and you will. Bai Yun also waved his hand. Wait, Conies, we have two more problems than this route problem. Sanji, too. Luffy restrained his smile. Hey, Conies, why do you keep shaking after leaving your house? When these words came out, the people at the dock froze and looked over. McKinley, who had followed secretly, also gritted his teeth. Is there? Does it look like this to me? Conies smiled reluctantly. And it was obvious that it was very reluctant. Very much, just like turning on the vibration mode. What are you afraid of? Bai Yun nodded and replied. Sister Conies must be worried about us. So kind. In front of the girl, Sanji got 50% of intelligence reduction buff. Usopp was still sober and pushed Sanji away. But, Conies, are you and the uncle okay? Everyone on the street is avoiding us, but you not only helped us rent a boat, but also pointed out the route for us. Aren't you accomplices in this case? Bai Yun agreed with Usopp's words. Yeah, it's strange, Conies, you and Uncle Pachia are too kind. Chapter 272. Another sneak attack. Too kind. Bai Yun's words were like a blow to the head to Conies' heart. Especially the word kind. It was like Conies would suddenly wake up and slap himself in the face when he was asleep at night. Luffy suddenly moved his face closer, with only adventure and eating him in his mind, nothing else. Look carefully, you look really bad. Since you are so scared, just tell us how to go, we can do it ourselves. Looking at the sincere eyes of Luffy and the others, Conies couldn't help it. No. It's not like that. Her shouting scared the people around her and McKinley in the dark into a cold sweat. No way she wants to. Don't talk too much. Conies bit her lip, but couldn't help it in the end. Don't you think it's strange? I told you the route of the test tirelessly, and I volunteered to bring you here. Just like Bai Yun said, I was too kind, it's like I deliberately led you. Shut up, don't say stupid things. Some of the residents nearby couldn't help shouting. Hearing his rough tone, Bai Yun, who knew the truth, knew that he was doing it for Conies' good. Conies was very conflicted, but the words had already been spoken, and there was no way to take them back. He sat on the ground in despair, but at least he had to finish his words, so that he could be worthy of Bai Yun and the others. Please you run away quickly. Okay. I'm sorry. I called the express shrimp. When this was said, everyone was shocked, except Bai Yun. Luffy and the others were shocked because they didn't understand why Conies did this. The residents and McKinley were shocked that Conies told the truth for Luffy and the others. If we find the criminals and don't lead them to the place of punishment, we will all be killed. When Conies said this, Luffy and the others understood why the kind-hearted Conies would call the express shrimp. Shut up, do you know what you are saying? This is an offense to God. This is the duty of the citizens. Hurry up and catch that girl. The residents behind him went crazy and rushed forward to catch Conies, and Bai Yun flashed behind Conies. Everyone, please stop. The identity of a second-level criminal was a great deterrent at this time. Conies could only cry with her mouth covered, waiting for the punishment to come. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Conies kept apologizing, and Luffy stood in front of her. You idiot, you have no choice but to do this, right? Then why? Tell us. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp shouted together. They already regarded Conies as a friend. Conies did what they called the express shrimp, and they understood that it was helpless. Now telling them again, it just makes things worse. You will be killed. Luffy shouted. Blue light gradually appeared, covering him and Conies. Baiun. Too late. Don't get close to that child. They will be punished. Seeing this, the residents immediately turned around and ran. In an instant, a huge lightning column struck, and thunder and lightning were everywhere. Wait until the smoke and dust dissipated. The huge destructive power of the lightning column made a big hole in the ground of the cloud, almost penetrating it, and the surrounding houses were also shaken down. Hey, where are you going? Luffy, Conies. Usopp and Sanji shouted anxiously. It's useless, the Almighty God knows everything. The residents said disappointedly. But as soon as the words came out, they were slapped in the face. Both of them are fine. The voice came from behind, and Usopp and Sanji immediately turned their heads to look. Gonfer rode Pegasus and grabbed Conies with one hand. Bai Yun stood in the air, and the princess held Luffy. But before everyone could speak, another lightning struck, but it was not as big as the lightning column, and the target was Bai Yun. Bai Yun immediately dodged. Great, another sneak attack. Chapter 273. Why didn't it strike down? Arriving at the dock, Conies couldn't stand the condemnation in her heart, and told Bai Yun, Luffy, and the others the truth. She deliberately guided them, and she also called the express shrimp. If they didn't do it, God would kill them. He didn't want Luffy and the others to die, and hoped that Luffy and the others would escape now. However, telling the truth meant betraying God, and Enel's punishment followed. A huge lightning column fell into the dock. But fortunately, Gonfer arrived and rescued Conies and Luffy respectively with Baiun. But before he could say anything, Enel struck Baiun, who was holding Luffy, with another small lightning. Okay, another sneak attack, right? After Baiun dodged, he said to the sky. Of course, Enel would not appear, but another lightning would strike. Baiun immediately threw Luffy down and dodged again. Luffy, you go first. This is a personal grudge between God and me. He didn't kill me in front of the island of God, so he seems very dissatisfied. Baiun dodged while speaking, and flashed to McKinley. McKinley's eyes widened uncontrollably. Don't come over here. Baiun flashed and disappeared into the sky, just like the time in Alabasta. Luffy believed in Baiun here. Gonfer also spoke. Leave this girl to us. We will never sit and watch her being punished by Enel. You know the nature of this country and the power of God. What are your plans for the future? Luffy stood up and adjusted his straw hat. What does the country have to do with us? It's just that we have our partners on the island of God. This shows that they will definitely go. Really? Then I wish you good luck. Gonfer left his blessing and flew away with Conies on Pegasus. Luffy and the other two also started to board the ship, not paying any attention to the huge lightning column of Enelu. Then let's go. Target Island of God. Luffy shouted energetically. Baiun's air pressure technique continued to burst out, and his whole body rushed forward like a bullet. The lightning dropped by Enelu always passed by him. It can be seen that Enelu was having a lot of fun. Baiun was unhappy and came to the Island of God, which was where he and Nami were just now. The ground and trees destroyed by the lightning column were still there. Baiun stood still, and the lightning struck straight down. When it reached Baiun's head, it stopped and dissipated. Why didn't it strike down? Baiun asked, although there was no one in front of him. Obviously. Even if Enelu answered, Baiun couldn't hear it. Inside the palace, Enelu sat on his throne, with his head supported by his hand. He tapped the handle of the chair with his fingers. Hearing Bai Yun's question, he couldn't help but laugh. There are still people who are anxious to die. Forget it, it's getting boring. After saying that, he raised his index finger that was tapping the handle of the chair for a while, wrapped it with lightning, and then tapped it again. On Bai Yun's side, lightning appeared again like a snake and accurately struck Bai Yun. Bai Yun was instantly covered by lightning. But after it was over, he was fine and even stretched. He raised his hand in front of his chest, spread his palm, and a lightning ball appeared on it. This shocked Enelu. Impossible. After saying that, he stood up and turned into lightning. Those priests were still stunned. Bai Yun was very sure that Enel would come, so he just stayed where he was and waited for him to come. As expected, soon a lightning came to the front of the island of gods, and then transformed into Enel. The speed of lightning is no less than that of the phantom fruit. When Enel came, without any nonsense, he raised his hand and shot a lightning towards Bai Yun. Seeing this, Bai Yun also raised his hand and shot lightning. The two lightnings collided, and it was obvious that Enel's lightning was more powerful, suppressing Bai Yun's lightning, but still did not hit Bai Yun. Chapter 274 I Am Your Fan. The Straw Hat Pirate's Sky Island journey is divided into three groups: Zoro, Nami, Chopper, and Robin's altar journey. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji's trial journey. And Bai Yun's journey to face God alone. Every time he uses the replica fruit to lure out the boss behind him and then surprises them, Bai Yun has tried it every time and it's fun. Enelu is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. When he came, he just hit Bai Yun with lightning. Bai Yun also defended himself with lightning. This is why Enelu came in person. What is your ability? Enelu knows about devil fruits, even McKinley knows. Mirror. Bai Yun acted calm, and he didn't need to make up lies, he just said them out loud. Reflecting other people's abilities can gain corresponding abilities for 15 minutes, but the power will be lower. I think you have seen it. Enelu nodded. 15 minutes. Rubbish. You can go to hell. Simple and straightforward, clean and neat. Enel raised his hand and lightning gathered. No, respected God, I am your fan. Bai Yun acted, and actually approached Enel with a flash. Enel did not retreat. If he retreated, where would the majesty of God be? But the lightning in his hand did not disperse. Fan. It means I admire you and want to follow you. How about we make a bet, God Enel? Gambler Bai Yun came online, and from the beginning to the end, CLO and Crocodile lost to him. Oh, what do you think you are qualified to bet with God? Enel said disdainfully. Whether you are qualified or not is up to you, and isn't this a good way to kill time? Just bet on whether my companions can pass the test they choose. If they pass, and the priest is defeated, I will take his place. If they can't pass, my life is yours, you can do whatever you want, respected God, Mr. Enel. Bai Yun told him how the bet was. Do you want to be a priest? Enel asked. It was the first time he saw a Qinghai man say that. You are not a resident of Sky Island. And, even if you become a priest, can you attack your companions? Enel replied, refusing. Speaking of attacking companions, Bai Yun's face suddenly changed. Oh, don't say it. My companions are not good at all. Super foodie, Luffy, directionally challenged and sleepy, Zoro, money-loving and barbaric, Nami, liar, Usopp, nymphomaniac, Sanji, too naive, Chopper, and old, Robin. Another wave of magic attacks from Bai Yun. If they heard it, Bai Yun would definitely scold him. Also, you are not from Sky Island, aren't you? Bai Yun knew that Enelo was, and he also knew that Enelo hated Sky Icelanders. This sentence just hit Enelo's heartstrings. Ha 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 ha, I like this sentence. Okay, then I'll bet with you. It's an honor to be your subordinate. Bai Yun smiled and responded, full of confidence. Enelo looked at him deeply, then turned into lightning and flew away. Bai Yun immediately followed, also turned into lightning, and rushed towards the shrine. Enelo didn't stop him. The first step to penetrate the enemy. 2 lightning bolts fell on the shrine one after another. Enelo returned to his throne steadily, with mates and fruits on both sides still there. Yamo, the chief of the Holy Land of the Sky, saw Enelo coming back and was about to speak. Bai Yun landed, and then, like at home, he took a fruit from the fruit bowl, wiped it with his clothes, and ate it directly. Great God, this girl! Yamo was surprised, but asked diligently. Bai Yun has gotten used to it. This. The chief of the Holy Land Enelo introduced, and it seemed that that sentence brought Bai Yun a great favor. Mr. Chief of the Holy Land, do I need to take off my clothes to prove myself? Chapter 275. You should remember this sentence the most. Successfully opened the first step to penetrate the enemy. Bai Yun went directly to the home of the boss of Sky Island, Enelo. Bai Yun said that he was used to being recognized as a woman by the chief of the Holy Land, Yamo. Mr. Shenbing Chang, do I need to take off my clothes to prove myself? Yamo looked at Enelo's eyes, but Enelo ignored him and enjoyed the maid's fanning and fruit. Yamo didn't know what to say. Okay. Bai Yun almost spit a piece of fruit on his face. The clothes are on my body and I can't take them off. Bai Yun said that as long as I don't feel embarrassed and I think I'm right, then I'm right. Yamo. Okay, Yamo. Don't worry about him. You wait for death. Enelo suddenly didn't know how to arrange. Bai Yun waiting for death means waiting for Luffy and the others to fail and then kill him. Bai Yun was not panicked and was still very calm. I'll wait. Wait here and eat some fruit or something, okay, respected God Enelo. Enelo raised his eyebrows, do you think this is your home? Okay. Thank you. Over there, Bai Yun broke into the enemy. At the altar. Zoro was fighting against the Sky Island shark that was about to attack the Mary. Suddenly a huge shark jumped out and opened its mouth to bite. Zoro immediately crossed his 2 swords to block, but was still pressed into the cloud. 3 seconds passed. Silence. Chopper and Nami were almost scared to death, holding their faces and shouting. It's not coming up yet. Will it be eaten by the shark? Zoro was eaten. Robin acted calmly and said something in a calm tone. If it was eaten, the cloud would be dyed red with blood. Chopper was even more scared. Nami was also scared. Don't talk so scary, Robin. Suddenly, Zoro used a rising dragon punch to knock the shark out of the cloud, and he also came out with a punch from the swordsman. You are so noisy. The altar was on a cloud, and there was no way to get to the land around it. The altar is in the shape of a 3-dimensional trapezoid, with a ladder on the front and beast faces carved on the other 3 sides. There are candles on the left and right sides of the top, and the Mary was thrown on the altar by the superfast shrimp. At this time, the altar is surrounded by the Sky Island sharks that were knocked unconscious by Zoro. Haha, I can't stand it. I can't even get close to the shore like this. Where is this place? Zoro returned to the Mary and said as he calmed down. What is certain is that this is the inland lake of the island of gods. Nami replied. This under us should be something like an altar. This was Robin's answer. Chopper kept observing the cloud surface, and another fish fin appeared. Another Sky Island shark is turning around. Zoro took off his clothes and wrung them dry. Why did that shrimp bring us here? Obviously, no one knew. Robin replied jokingly. Leaving us here to starve is God's punishment. Will God do such a shabby thing? Zoro complained, and at the same time Nami on the 2nd floor threw a new vest, hitting Zoro on the forehead. Who knows, I haven't seen it. Robin replied. Zoro took off his clothes. The boat can't be launched in this state, Chopper, you can find a way to repair it. Me I know. Chopper replied. And Nami caught the key point of Zoro's words. Repair it first. What do you want to do? I'll find a way to get to the forest, and this will be our temporary base. Bioon, Luffy, and others will come to find us. Zoro put on the vest while answering, then looked up at Nami and told her. Remember, if you get lost, just stay where you are and don't move. Nami's back of the head revealed silence. You should remember this sentence the most. Chapter 276 I am the most dangerous one. This is the altar. It is impossible for Zoro to just wait for Luffy and the others to come. He wants to go out to explore, which is both a novice, direction idiot, and a playful one. There should be a god on this island, I'll go see him. Bioon, come on, come on. Don't make trouble. Why are you going to see such a terrifying thing? Nami replied, if the god is angry, what if he directly hits down with a huge lightning column? The Mary can't avoid it like this. Zoro looked disdainful. And the corners of his mouth rose. Let's see what that guy's attitude is. It means, see what that guy's attitude is, and then decide what he wants to do. Wow, Zoro is more arrogant than God. Chopper said in worship. There are priests on the island. In short, don't offend God. This is basic common sense. Nami replied with her hands on her hips. Zoro tilted his head to show half of his face, smiling. Sorry, I have never asked God for protection. Bioon agreed. But it's not that he doesn't believe. He is a feudal superstitious person who twitches his left eye for money and his right eye for money. I don't believe in God, so there is no need to talk about obligations. Zoro turned his body and turned his back to Nami and the others. Chopper became more and more worshipful as he listened. And his eyes became starry. Nami immediately crossed her fingers and said to the sky. God, I have nothing to do with this guy. Looking for tools to get ashore. Zoro glanced at the vines hanging on the branches above the Mary. That vine seems to be useful. Robin agreed. Ah, that's a good idea. Can I go with you? Ah yes, but don't hold me back. Zoro replied. Nami was anxious. What, Robin, you are going to where to? Robin reached out and touched the altar. Look at this. This altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. Seeing such historical relics, my heart is itching. If we can find gems or something, it will be of some help to us. Robin's words hit Nami's heart. Then I will go too. Weren't you scared just now? XXXX Chopper asked innocently. I'm going to explore history. Nami bent down and looked at Chopper and replied. But her eyes were full of money symbols, just like what Chopper complained in his heart. But all I see in your eyes is Bailey. Following the Mary and the altar, Zoro pulled the vine down. Standing on the edge of the altar, he coughed twice to clear his throat. Then he made the voice of Tarzan and flew over. Boys' fun. Nami didn't understand. What are you doing praying? Then, Robin and Nami also swung over. Nami couldn't stop the car, and it was Robin's arms that stopped her. Isn't this quite courageous? Thank you for your help. Where, what a big forest. Robin sighed as he looked at the trees that he couldn't see the top of. The altar is 1,000, and it is estimated that these trees will not be young either. The three of them went ashore. Zoro shouted to Chopper. Then, Chopper, keep an eye on the boat. Robin, please. Nami, we'll be back soon. Chopper responded. Okay, everyone be careful on the road and come back safely. Until Zoro and the others disappeared, Chopper came down from the ship's railing, picked up the repair tools and started to repair the ship. Alone, he could only talk to himself. Nami has Zoro and Robin with them, so she will be fine. I was afraid and didn't dare to go. You are so brave, so amazing. I don't know when I can become so brave. Anyway, I will do what I can first. Leaving me alone in the dangerous forest proves that everyone trusts me. Yes, I am alone in such a dangerous place. The more he talked, the more wrong it was. Chopper was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted. He was so shocked that he dropped the tools in his hand and opened his mouth. I am the most dangerous one. Chapter 277 Forest Mask. Chopper talked to himself and figured it out. Now he was alone, and the most dangerous person was himself. But when he turned around, there was no trace of Zoro and the others. What else could he do? He could only pick up the tools again. The difference was that it was easy to repair the ship and it was scary to repair the ship now. But just after accepting the reality, an accident happened again. A stranger rushed out of the cabin. 3 consecutive backflips and landed smoothly. Chopper looked at him, and there was a hint of embarrassment in the air. It was Bioon, or rather, Bioon's other A clone. The one activated by the main body on the merchant ship is this clone, which is the spare clone left in his room. At this time, Bioon is wearing a fox mask, his hair is loose, and his clothes are still the same, but he has a green cloak on his body. It is normal that Chopper can't recognize him. His brain runs quickly, and after reacting, he immediately screams, "Ah! Who are you? Why are you on our ship?" Holding a small hammer, Chopper asked Bioon, but his trembling feet betrayed him. Bioon posed and said seriously, although Chopper couldn't see it. I am, Longtone, the mask of the forest. The guardian of the forest. Once there is a child alone in the forest, I will appear and help him. That is. The mask of the forest. Bioon said it again. Chopper was stunned for a second, then believed it, and his eyes turned into starry eyes of admiration. The mask of the forest. Are you here to help me? Yes, pious child. Bioon is a qualified actor, and this is also to deceive Enel. It is definitely not his evil taste. Then can you help me repair the boat? I can watch you repair the boat, go quickly. Okay. By the way, can you pour me a cup of tea, thank you. Okay. Simple little Chopper was played around by the evil Bioon. The priest Bioon's clone was eating, drinking, and having fun at Enelo's place. At the altar, there were 2 groups. Zoro, Robin, and Nami went to explore the forest. Chopper stayed behind to watch the ship repair, and the forest mask Bioon's clone appeared, also eating, drinking and having fun on the ship. In short, Bioon was eating, drinking, and having fun. And Luffy and his friends, after going through the Death Sickle, Giant Piranha, and other levels, also arrived at the entrance of the 4 trials in the forest. There were 4 holes in front of a giant face stone statue. Written respectively: Ball Trial, Rope Trial, Iron Trial, Swamp Trial, Ball Rope Iron Swamp. There is only one trial to choose from. What to do? Luffy looked excited, as if this was not a trial, but 4 different game items. Okay, then let's go for the goal trial, it looks so interesting. Luffy pointed at the hole of the ball trial and said, "This is a trial, how can it be fun or not, interesting or not?" Usopp replied. However, Sanji voted in favor. Wait, I also agree to choose ball, because it seems to be the only one without violence. I think it seems. Why is he getting less and less confident the more he speaks? Okay, that's it. But don't take it lightly, this is 10,000 meters above the ground, no matter what happens, don't feel incredible, Usopp muttered in fear. Luffy ignored the chanting. Forward, oh my! The raven entered the hole of the ball trial. Darkness came. Usopp closed his eyes in fear. Luffy raised his hand to his forehead and looked at the gradually growing light in front of him. Sanji bit his cigarette, and his cigarette was the brightest at this time. Chapter 278 Wait, I'll starve to death before I fall to death. Beautiful lady, the weather is good today. At the God Island Shrine, Bioon transformed into Sanji, and while waiting for the boring time, he began to chat up Enel's maid. The maid didn't dare to answer, and looked at Enel cautiously. Suddenly, a lightning bolt from Enel's fingertips hit the maid, and Bioon immediately pulled the maid away. 15 minutes later, his replica of the Thunder Fruit ability had ended, and his own replica fruit ability clone could only be used once, and he had no weapons, so he didn't dare to take the lightning. Before the maid stood firm, Enel flashed and grabbed Bai Yun's neck. "Do you think I don't want to kill you? I am a god. And gods are free. I don't care about your gambling." Enel is very domineering, or unreasonable. Although Bai Yun was pinched, he still acted calm. "You are a god, you can think whatever you want. But, the god of thunder, will you kill people by strangling them to death? So, you don't want to, or don't want to kill me now, respected god." Enel heard this and didn't say anything. He just kept pinching even though he was almost out of breath. Bai Yun remained calm when he was about to lose his breath. Bai Yun wanted to take action. It would be so embarrassing to be strangled to death. But before Bai Yun took action, Enel let go. "You, go down. You fan it." The first sentence was said to the maid, and the second sentence was said to Bai Yun. Bai Yun disagreed. "What me? Who am I to fan you? No. Of course you can. How strong is this wind?" Here, after Luffy and his friends forged ahead, they came to the exit of the ball trial passage. Although it was an exit, it was the beginning of the trial that proved it. Looking at the light in front of him getting closer and closer, Luffy suddenly said, "Ah, right, this can't be that one." Sanji didn't understand. Which one?" Luffy explained. "Aren't there 4 entrances? Could it be that only one of them is right and the others are wrong? They don't understand the trial, so it's normal to think so." "Why are you saying it now? What if you guess wrong?" Usopp turned around and shouted, "Isn't it too late for you to say it now? What to do? Just fall off the Sky Island?" Luffy answered Usopp's question of what to do very seriously. Usopp cried, and sooner or later he would be scared to death. "What nonsense! How can you fall down? This place is 10,000 meters above the ground. The time it takes to fall down is enough to review your life several times." Usopp is right. If Bai Yun was here, he would have to add a sentence, "Yes. I will starve to death before I fall to death." Getting closer and closer to the exit, Sanji couldn't listen anymore. Hey, what's there to say about such an idiotic thing, you two? There's no such possibility." Accompanying Sanji's words, the crow came out of the cave, and then the crow flew up. At the cave entrance, the Cloud River became 90 degrees vertical, and the crow did not stick to the Cloud River, but flew out directly. There was nothing underneath, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would be an accident. Luffy and the other two were so shocked that their eyes ran away from home. "Hey! How could it be? It can't be true." "Is it true?" The crow fell vertically, and it hit the cloud surface with a bang, splashing nearly 10 meters high, telling them that it was true. The ship that followed Luffy on his adventure was really strong. After everything calmed down, the crow had not disintegrated, which was a cause for celebration. Now it is also on the Cloud River that is vertically falling from the cave entrance. Ho ho ho! Saved! Sanji panted to calm his breath. Usopp was so scared that he couldn't stop crying, and he was still in shock. "I thought I really fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Wah ha ha ha, I was scared to death." Luffy could still laugh. Sanji kicked him directly. "You can still laugh, you are just talking nonsense, you bastard crow mouth." Chapter 279 Ball Trial. After a bungee jumping machine experience, Luffy and his friends landed smoothly and officially came to the ball trial site. "But where is this?" Sanji asked with a cigarette in his mouth. "Ball," Luffy said excitedly. "I saw countless white balls floating above the Cloud River and the forest in front of me. It turned out to be the ball of the small island Cloud. Is that why it is called the ball trial?" Sanji guessed. "Ha ha ha. It's really good, like a snowflake that has grown bigger." It fits Luffy's train of thought. Usopp just wants to leave here as soon as possible. The Cloud River passes through the trees, so we just need to follow it, right? What kind of trial is this? Luffy looked at the many balls in confusion. Who knows if there is nothing, that would be the best, but it is unlikely. Sanji replied, with both fantasy and a clear understanding of reality. Could it be that we took the right path? If we had chosen other holes, we would be in trouble now. Luffy guessed, so naive. But suddenly he refuted himself. What would Bai Yun say? When he was a child, Bai Yun told Luffy that if he encountered any problems, he would not be there. Think about what he would think. Luffy sat down, crossed his legs, and imitated Bai Yun's kind smile. I have to say, he is really a genius in imitation. If that's the case, why are there trials written on all 4 holes? I don't think it's just a joke, of course. It's not certain. This is what Luffy said while imitating Baiun. Usopp smiled and recovered. Ha ha ha, it's really like Baiun. Sanji also smiled. Baiun is right. Anyway, keep alert and keep moving forward. Before reaching the end, Sanji said this, and Luffy took out the kettle behind him. I'm so thirsty, let's have some tea and take a break. Usopp agreed. Ah, good idea. Take out the packed pancakes too. Ah, so comfortable drinking tea with pancakes. Luffy and Usopp felt the comfort of their souls. You too. Sanji now regrets why it was not Miss Nami and Miss Robin who were with him. The raven was moving along the Cloud River. Luffy and Usopp were still chewing pancakes. Would you like a sky pancake, Sanji? Luffy asked. No, listen to me and let me drive the boat. Pay attention to any movement around you. Sanji refused, saying that he was very angry. At this time, Luffy realized, wow! When did we get to such a high place? It was still very quiet while walking along the way. Something was wrong. Sanji thought. It's strange, it clearly said there were 4 priests. I thought the 4 holes led to the places guarded by the 4 priests. Is that wrong? Sanji was thinking about this, and the background music at this time was. Hey, Usopp, pass the ball. Okay, no problem, no problem. I told you to watch carefully. Sanji was so angry that his teeth were pierced, and he wanted to kick the 2 guys down. At this time, something unexpected happened. The ball that Luffy threw at Usopp popped, and a snake came out of the ball and bit Usopp. Wow! Usopp reacted quickly and immediately squatted down with his head in his hands to avoid the bite of the snake. Luffy immediately came over and kicked the snake and the ball away. You guy, get out of the way. Hoo, you scared me. Luffy was panting when he was having fun. A snake suddenly jumped out. He was not afraid, but was just scared, you know. It was the feeling of very sudden. Sanji, there is a cloud ball in front. Kick it away. A snake just jumped out. Usopp is now very repulsive to these balls. It's a normal person's thought. Damn it. Are all the clouds floating here the nests of snakes? Sanji stood up and kicked, guessing at the same time. Then the ball of his foot exploded instantly. Obviously he guessed wrong. Chapter 280. How about I bring them all to you, God, to serve as priests at the shrine? Bai Yun was fanning Enel, smiling in front of him and saying MMP behind his back. Enel's observation Haki could see Bai Yun's MMP mouth and face. He didn't know what his mouth meant, but he looked very dissatisfied. Why, you're dissatisfied? Indeed, how can a priest fan? Isn't this a waste of talent? Bai Yun didn't pretend and admitted it directly. Hehe, you think it's a waste of talent? Then I'll give you a choice. Go kill your companions in the forest and the altar now, or fan here. Enel still looked leisurely, sitting on the throne, with his left elbow against the handle of the chair and his fist supporting his head. Then let's stay here, haha. Bai Yun laughed dryly. Enel snorted again after hearing his answer. Ha, what, don't you want to be a priest? Can't bear to leave your companions? Bai Yun stopped. That's right, after all, we are companions. How about I pull them all to be priests for you, God? Get lost. Enel replied concisely. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Then can I ask, great God, how are you going to deal with them? Bai Yun asked. Enel's closed eyes suddenly opened. Useless things should disappear, including this land. Bai Yun smiled but said nothing when he heard this. It's a pity that you can't beat the protagonist's halo. Keep flapping. Enlil closed his eyes again and ordered Bai Yun to continue flapping. Bai Yun flashed a white eye that lasted for 1/3 of a second, and then continued flapping. Okay. Back to the forest of the ball trial. Sanji kicked the ball cloud, but got a firecracker, which exploded with a bang at such a close distance. The three were blown black, and their heads were smoking. First there was a snake, then there was a bomb. Luffy suddenly found it boring. What's going on these balls? At this time, the voice of the fourth person finally came from the stagnant forest. He, I'm looking forward to what will come out of the cloud. That's called surprise cloud. Who is it? The sudden voice startled the three people, and they immediately looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a ball sitting on a surprise cloud, or more precisely, a person with a body like a ball. Also, first of all, thank you for choosing my ball trial, Daigo said as he stood up. Usopp was the first to react. Looks like a ball, that's one of the 4 priests Bai Yun mentioned. On Angel Beach, Bai Yun described his impression of the 4 priests to McKinley. Looks like a ball, spider hairstyle, bald head, and there is one who I don't have much impression of. Obviously. The round guy in front of Luffy and the other 2 is the one who looks like a ball in Bai Yun's mouth. So, Luffy complained. Are you the trial of the ball, or are you the ball yourself? Daigo did not answer, but danced on the surprise cloud. He could only jump left and right with his round figure. Sanji observed Daigo. Is this guy a priest? Usopp's complaint. Why does he look so stupid? Anyway, let's take care of the most important issue first. Hey Dumpling, how are Miss Nami and the others? Sanji shouted. The name of Dumpling is suitable for the round Daigo. However, Daigo did not deny that he looked like a ball or described it as a dumpling, and there was still a faint smile on his face. You said about the sacrifice. I don't know about that. They will die regardless, even if they are lucky enough to escape. No matter what, it's a dead end. Dao had a smile on his face, but what he said was not funny. What did you say? Sanji shouted anxiously. After all, they were partners. And the most important thing was that Miss Nami and Miss Robin were here. Dao jumped up again. Compared to them, you should care about yourself. Let me be frank, if you can't beat me, you can't move forward. Chapter 281, Lost in the Forest. This side of the altar. The wind is gentle and the water is traceless. It seems that everything is very calm. But Bai Yun knew that soon, the bird-riding Shura, one of the 4 priests, would come. Sitting on a chair, with his mask half pulled up, Bai Yun drank tea while watching Chopper repair the Mary. What he was thinking about was his current strength. Now he is a clone, with only 50% to 60% of the strength of the original body. He tried. The range of observation haki is only as large as the deck of the Mary at most. Armament haki can only cover 2 fists at most. His physical strength is the worst. After all, he is weak and sickly, but since he got feedback after replicating the armament haki has entered the entry level. And his physical weakness is not that weak now. It is just a clone. If it is at its limit, it can still run around the periphery of the island of God. The bad news is that it is really weak. The good news is that it is now a clone. The strength of the main body should be the above range multiplied by 2. But for the new world, it is still weak. Bai Yun, you have to practice. If you continue like this, you will be killed by a stick in a while. Drink tea first. Besides, I am just a clone. If you want to practice, it is the main body. So, Bai Yun thought to the end, and the result was to continue drinking tea. Return to the trial forest of the ball. Dao let go. After saying that, he actually jumped down from the amazing cloud, and his round body pressed towards Luffy and the others like a ball. He's coming, Luffy. Hurry up, kill him, Usopp said immediately. Luffy also moved quickly, pressing his left hand on his right shoulder. And his right hand kept rotating to accumulate power. Okay, watch me knock him down. Then Luffy punched out, and Daigo, who was obviously round but very flexible, quickly approached and dodged Luffy's fist with a sideways move. His palm hit Luffy's face, and with a bang, Luffy was knocked out and hit the huge tree trunk on the shore. Luffy, Sanji and Usopp shouted worriedly when they saw this. "All Luffy, are you okay? This blow is nothing to you." Daigo blew on the adventurous black glove strike. "I'm afraid it's different." "Damn, what's the difference?" Sanji went over to attack Daigo, but as soon as he raised his foot, Daigo knew where his attack was. Hehe, right upper kick. Shower what? Sanji's kick missed, and Daigo had come to his right. Only practitioners have the ability hard net. Daigo kindly explained. Sanji didn't know about the hard net, but he knew about the corresponding ability, and he was also beaten by Byakugan many times. Okay, 3 times. Damn it, this guy can use observation haki. Sanji shouted. But it was too late, and he was also knocked out by Daigo's attack. What observation haki? Sanji. As one of the 4 people trained by Byakugan on the ship, and specializing in observation haki, how could Usopp not know it? However, as soon as he shouted, he was blasted down by Daigo. Daigo also explained, impact is different from hitting. Impact starts to destroy the body's bone marrow. On the shore, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp met in this shameful way. Damn it, Sanji! Usopp, Luffy shouted, asking if he was okay. Ahem, what did that bastard do? Sanji was not confused about the hard net, but why Daigo's palm was so powerful. Luffy put on his straw hat. I don't know, that guy is very strange. At this time, Daigo, who was standing on the crow, began to introduce himself. Hehe, my name is Daigo. I am one of the 4 priests serving the great god Enel. I am in charge of the land of this lost forest. It was the land again from Daigo's words. It can be heard that the land is an identity. Daigo jumped off the crow and gave the boat a boost with one foot to let it sail out. I think you should know that without the shell ship, it is equivalent to losing the way to the altar. Besides, you can't move along the Cloud River, which proves that the forest is your only way left. As for why the Lost Forest is called the Lost Forest, I think you should understand it. Hehe. Chapter 282. Why can you fly? As Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp were shot down by Daigo and landed on the Raven said, I'm free. But if it's really free, Luffy and the others are finished. Without the ship, they can't move along the Cloud River, so they can only be trapped in this lost forest. So, you must find a way to get back on the ship. Of course, there are countless surprise clouds floating here and I will never let you succeed. Welcome to the Forbidden Island of God. Hehe, this is the Lost Forest, the survival rate is 10%, accept the trial of the ball. Hehe. Daigo is powerful. At least in terms of observation haki, he is now stronger than Luffy and the other 2. And with the advantage of the terrain, countless surprise clouds and tree trunks that can bounce surprise clouds are very good means of long-range attack. Luffy and the other 2 act separately. Luffy blocks Daigo. Usopp is responsible for telling Sanji the route, and Sanji is responsible for getting back on the ship along the route. However, Luffy punched out, and was directly grabbed by Daigo's arm and thrown heavily onto the tree trunk. And Usopp grabbed on the branch, and just after telling Sanji the route, Daigo kicked a surprise cloud and hit Sanji. Surprise billiards. Sanji, be careful, there's a ball behind you. However, after Usopp shouted, he saw the ball behind Sanji bounce on another ball, bounce back and forth, and the last target turned to Usopp. Ah, so the target is me. Usopp was so scared that he let go, and almost popped his eyes out and hit the ball. But even if he let go, the ball still poked his nose. It's going to explode, it's going to explode. Usopp kept reciting in panic in his heart, hoping that he would stop the fire. But he has always been lucky. The ball banged and a small flower was born. However, he let go, and he had never practiced air pressure and moon steps, and fell to the ground in a free fall. He was lucky but not completely lucky. Wow, I shouldn't have hidden. Ouch, hey yet. Usopp lay on the ground peacefully. Luffy recovered and rushed over again in an instant. Asshole! Rubber machine gun! Luffy jumped up and punched Daigo. However, Daigo disappeared in a flash, and Luffy's fists hit the surprise clouds. Stop it, Luffy, don't hit the balls next to you! Sanji shouted immediately. It was too late. With Luffy's strength and the tree trunk, the surprise clouds began to spread out like too many billiard balls on the pool table, bouncing back and forth quickly. He he he. You guys are so funny. Dao laughed. The surprise clouds that hit Sanji turned into crabs with spears. And 4 balls hit Usopp at once. Luck was with Usopp, and 4 birds grew from the 4 balls, but the 4 birds pecked at Usopp, which made him feel uncomfortable. Luffy's butt was on fire, and he was still afraid of fire. It's so hot, water. Luffy had no choice but to jump onto the Cloud River. The fire was extinguished, but he also passed through the Cloud River and fell down. Luffy, don't fall down, there is a bottomless river below. Sanji shouted immediately. Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed the vines. Then he swung up. Ah! The strange tacit understanding between the boys increased. Sanji was furious. Fool, when did you start joking? On this side, Usopp, with a head full of bruises, knocked out 4 birds with the Usopp hammer. By the way, I have another trick. Just in time to use it. Usopp's new weapon. Usopp's new weapon is a punch with the iron belt on his waist. After finding the boat on the opposite side, he pressed the button, and the flying claw shot out from the belt and caught the opposite branch. Shooting out from the waist to him, nothing. Very good, now just swing over. Not bad, watch out for the ball. Sanji smiled slightly. Usopp replied confidently, of course, you can trust me to do things. Next, please call me Usopp, the king of the forest. Usopp pretended to be brave, took 2 deep breaths, and swung over by grabbing the rope. Ah! It actually worked, the boat was right under him. Good job, you stopped the boat after you got down. Sanji raised his hands excitedly when he saw this. But Usopp forgot that the rope was fixed to his belt, and he couldn't get down without untying it. Almost. However, when he was about to untie the rope, he had already swung back. When he swung back, no matter how Usopp struggled, he almost touched the boat. Then he swung with Luffy. It's just a difference between being forced and being very happy. Looking at this scene, Sanji became calm instead of being angry. Come here, I have something to say to you. The scene changed, it had to be changed, the scene just now was too brutal. Luffy and Usopp vomited blood, their faces swollen like pigs' heads. Listen, what happened just now will be forgiven, you listen to me from now on. Sanji took the cigarette out of his mouth and said. Yes, sorry. Sorry. Luffy and Usopp were very sincere. Let's not worry about that boat, from now on. Sanji was talking, but Daigo was not dead. He flashed over and pressed his palm against Sanji's chest. A sneak attack. I didn't expect Sanji to fly up and dodge. Now it was Daigo's turn to be surprised. You can actually fly. Right now. Sure move, super glue star. While Daigo was surprised, Usopp shot super glue at his feet. Luffy also reached out immediately and put a love lock on Daigo's back. Sanji stood in the air and lit a cigarette calmly. There are many things you don't know. Meatball, you keep talking about trials, but it can't be difficult for us at all. But we will still accept this annoying trial because there are 2 delicate women waiting for us to save them. In other words, this is a trial of love. Now talking about these nonsense, Daigo's panicked head has additional thoughts. Is this guy an idiot? Let me go. I'm one of the priests. If you hit me, you will become a first-class criminal. Then God Enel will personally take action. Daogu's desire to survive is full. But Luffy and his friends are not people who listen to threats. Shut up, otherwise the taste will spread. Just like making pepper into a delicious spicy soup, the important thing is to crush it forcefully and without hesitation. Sanji stretched out his hand to signal Daigou to shut up. But it was useless. Crush it roughly. Then he quickly turned his body to increase the centrifugal force and speed. When he rotated to the limit, he was close to Daigou. He gritted his teeth and released this huge kinetic energy, and hit Daigou's head heavily with his heel. Chapter 283 Priest Baiun appeared. Sanji crushed Daigou roughly, and his height decreased by 5 centimeters. He fell to the ground and could not get up again. In this way, this ball trial was considered to be passed. A few minutes ago, Sanji seemed to be beating Luffy and Usopp, but he also took the opportunity to tell them his plan. Listen, that guy can dodge our attack, so let him not dodge at all. Wait a minute, let's pretend to discuss the plan and not pay attention to him, especially me, and open our chests for him to hit, but I will fly up and dodge. While he is confused, you can find a way to trap him, and I will give him the final blow. Don't answer, just nod. Because Daigou still has the ability of the hard net, although Sanji is fake fighting. He did not hold back at all when he spoke out the plan. Usopp's howl was also accompanied. This was to confuse Daigou, and it was definitely not for him to vent his temper. That's the plan. Look at the result, it's perfect. Ha ha ha, the plan is perfectly successful, Sanji. Luffy said with a smile. Sanji looked proud, picked up another cigarette and lit it. Although he didn't answer, he seemed to hear that. Yes, don't you see whose plan it is? By the way, when did you learn the air pressure technique? Did you ask Baiun for special training? Usopp asked. What special training, Sanji? You actually asked Baiun to cheat with you? Well, Luffy, who was thinking about eating half of his mind, expressed dissatisfaction. Usopp could only explain to him that special training means secretly training. It means secretly training, haha, then Sanji is really working hard. Luffy should not know what embarrassment is. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. I didn't secretly go to Baiun for advice or special training. Besides, it's not a shameful thing, why should I do it secretly? It's just that after arriving at Sky Island, the feeling of stepping on the clouds is very different from stepping on the ground. Moreover, the characteristic of Vibrown using the wind shell as a power source also gave me a great understanding. I can't guarantee that I can fly 100% just now, but the result is still very impressive. What, if you didn't dodge just now, Sanji, wouldn't you have been hit hard? Usopp said. Sanji acted calmly, so what, and it's over. Ha ha ha, yes, it's over, we won. And the raven is almost over, ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed, and his laughter infected Usopp and Sanji. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? The ship is almost at the exit. Sanji immediately put Luffy and Usopp in his armpits and flew up into the air, but after just 2 steps, he fell straight down. Damn it, can't you bring someone with you? Sanji said. Usopp didn't want to fall. I'll do it. He saw him launch his flying claws and accurately catch the head of the raven. Success! Usopp immediately pressed the shrink button, and whoosh, the 3 of them left after images, and after experiencing the baptism of the branches, they finally successfully returned to the raven. At the shrine, Enlil was enjoying Baiun's fan while eating grapes in one hand, feeling very comfortable, but the sudden news made him unhappy. Obviously, he learned that Daigou was defeated. He didn't hide it and said it directly. Daigou lost. Beautiful. Baiun replied excitedly, and this fan also increased a lot of strength, fanning Enlil's big earlobes. Ooh, you mean your golden scepter is really beautiful, haha. Baiun made up for himself. However, Enlil didn't mind his beautiful words. Your name is Baiun. My name is Usopp. Baiun replied without hesitation. Usopp, degree. Of course, Enlil is not stupid. I am willing to accept the loss from now on. You are the new priest. Baiun. My honor. Baiun replied. Priest Baiun appeared, but this identity should not last too long. Chapter 284 I am an undercover planted by the great god. Because Sanji learned the air pressure technique, Luffy and his side passed the ball test. Bai Yun won the bet with Enelus, but Enelus had said before that gods are free, so what if he doesn't keep the bet? What can you do to him? Call him a few words of despicable and shameless before dying? What's the point? But fortunately, Enelus kept the bet, and Bai Yun became a priest, but this identity will not last too long. Then, all that's left is the matter of the altar. The altar. Before, the whistle left by Gonfer. Nami, what are you protesting about? Shouldn't a weak woman like me keep the whistle? Usopp, Luffy, you just think it's fun to blow the whistle. It's not your turn. Luffy, I'm going to call you old man now. Chopper, please give it to me, I'm a weak little animal. Usopp disagreed with this. Weak, I'm the weakest. Nami was not willing to lag behind. It's me, I'm the weakest. I've never seen anyone vying to be the weakest. Robin complained, what a strange way to fight. At the end of the argument, Nami suggested that the whistle be hung on the mast fairly, and whoever encounters trouble will blow it. But Luffy, Baiun, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin are not qualified to blow it. Although Nami said it terribly, whoever blows it will be kicked to the horizon, but it is also a disguised belief in the strength of the five of them. Returned to reality from memory. Chopper walked under the mast and found the whistle. Whistle. Well, okay. Chopper took it down and hung it around his neck. Forest mask, fortunately we have this whistle. If anything dangerous happens, we can call the Sky Knight to save us. Chopper kindly explained to Bai Yun. Bai Yun smiled and nodded, thinking that Chopper was so cute. How about sitting on it and dying? However, just as Chopper finished speaking, the wind pressure came, and Shura and his mount bird fell from the sky in front of Chopper. Really? There are only 2 little lambs to be slaughtered. Almost at the same time, Chopper was frightened, and he turned around and blew the whistle without hesitation. Beep beep beep. At the same time, Bai Yun also put down the teacup. People are here, so it's time to get down to business. Chopper, who didn't go to the official first BA, but let his mount bird stare at him, and Shura himself looked at Bai Yun. Who are you? The mask you wear doesn't look like those damn Shandaians. It doesn't seem to be on the list of these crimes, or do you think you can get away with wearing a mask? I tell you, whether it's a criminal or not, as long as you enter the island of God, we priests have the right to deal with it. Shura threatened Bai Yun. Bai Yun's response to this was, wow, it's great. Bai Yun lowered his voice. After all, although these priests are not very smart, they should be harder to fool than Luffy and Chopper. After all, they have met before. And although it was a compliment, it was indeed full of sarcasm. Shura's forehead immediately bulged with blue veins. Are you looking for death? Bai Yun did not answer, but shook his head with a sigh. Do you know? I shouldn't have been here. I should have followed that little girl, found the tribe of the Shandaians, and then told God so that he could completely destroy Shandaian. Who knew you would show up and mess up my plan? In fact, I'm an undercover planted by the great god. Bai Yun made up whatever he said. Really? Really? 2 questioning and surprised voices rang out at the same time. Shura believed it, and Chopper also believed it. Of course it's fake. Ha ha ha, you idiot. I'm not talking about you, Chopper. Chopper nodded stupidly. It's good if it's not, it's good if it's not. Shura was about to explode, and the spear in his hand stabbed directly at Bai Yun, but he dodged it. Who are you? I'm the mask of the forest. Bai Yun landed, with his back to this Shura, only giving him half of his profile. Chapter 285. A knife is also a knife. Faced with Bai Yun's teasing, Shura couldn't help it and attacked directly, although it was only a matter of time before he attacked. But he was fooled by 2 people in one day, and he was furious now. However, he didn't know that it was actually one person who fooled him. Forest mask. What the hell? Bai Yun landed in a posture, telling Shura that he was a forest mask. However, Shura has lived in this forest until now, and he doesn't know what the so-called forest mask is. Bai Yun turned around completely. What the hell am I? Your mother knows best, go ask her. For Bai Yun's answer, Shura was stunned for a moment, and his brain CPU ran quickly after understanding it. His teeth were almost broken. Cross-legged fire breathing. Cross-legged is the name of his mount bird. Cross-legged is a bird called Sanshang bird, with purple feathers and a white mask on its face. It can spit fire because it is equipped with a fire shell in its mouth. After shouting, Shura also attacked Bai Yun. Pan Tui naturally obeyed the master's order, opened his wings and raised a gust of wind, and Xiao Chopper was lifted up and sat down. Pan Tui then opened his mouth, and the fire shell in his mouth was about to run. Xiao Bai jumped down from the mast and gave Pan Tui a big bag with his tail, and the flames sprayed outside the boat. Xiao Bai landed on Chopper's hat, staring at Pan Tui's eyes with scarlet eyes. Pan Tui tilted his head, and his left eye met Xiao Bai's eyes, and he froze and dared not move. Shura was furious and only focused on beating Bai Yun, not paying attention to the strange situation of Pan Tui. Shura also wanted to kill Bai Yun, and the knight's gun, also called the spear in his hand, was a fatal point for Bai Yun. The heart, throat, etc., the most hateful thing was to stab the kidneys, which was more terrifying than death. Facing Shura's fierce attack, Bai Yun always managed to dodge, although he kept retreating. He was not in a hurry and even looked like he was dancing. Elegant, really elegant. Until he retreated to the side of the boat, Bai Yun had nowhere to retreat, and Shura laughed, ha 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 ha, let's see where you can retreat to. With his arm withdrawn and charged, the tip of the spear stabbed at Bai Yun's heart. However, Bai Yun flew up and dodged directly. Shura's spear hit the side of the boat and directly blasted a big hole, which showed how much effort he put in. Why did Bai Yun only dodge and not attack? Until now, Bai Yun realized that their group was really poor. There was only one weapon found on the whole ship, and the only one was the pistol that the priest Bai Yun took the opportunity to put in the room when he returned to Angel Beach. Now it is in the hands of Forest Mask Bai Yun. It is only now that I know how good the bracelet is. At this time, Bai Yun, who was cutting watermelon with a short knife transformed from a bracelet on a merchant ship, was attacked by magic from himself. Bai Yun fell and stood directly on Shura's spear. Before he could speak, Shura activated the hot shell, and the whole spear was directly ignited with flames. Shura swung it upwards at the same time, forming a fan-shaped flame. But Bai Yun had already flown up again when the flame appeared, and the tip of Shura's swung spear almost touched Bai Yun's feet. Bai Yun flew higher and higher, and Shura's mind rang the sentence, have you ever seen a palm technique that falls from the sky? Damn, it really makes me angry when I think about it. This time he has to catch up, cross your legs. But after calling his pet bird, it didn't respond. Shura only knew to look back at this time, and saw his pet bird confronting Chopper and a snake on its hat. This is Shura's heart network, that is, the sight and hearing color sounded the alarm bell. And he immediately came to his senses and saw a green cloak rushing over. Shura immediately raised his spear and stabbed at him. The cloak was instantly burned a big hole. However, Bai Yun appeared in front of him at this time, and he was holding a spear with his chest wide open. Question: what is the most primitive weapon of mankind? Its hands and feet. Hand knife is also a knife. Baguio. Chapter 286. Damn Priest. What is the most primitive weapon of mankind? Its hands and feet. Have you seen Garpu's weapons? When he reached the peak of training, moving mountains and breaking rocks was nothing. Moreover, with this weapon as a premise, there are other weapons that can be extended. Bai Yun really couldn't think of what weapon can be used without hands and feet. Mouth cannon. Shura only heard hand knife is also a knife. Under the combat consciousness, he immediately dropped the spear to block the chest, and then the chest was like being hit by a giant elephant. And the whole person flew out uncontrollably. But it's not over yet. I saw that the armed color on Bai Yun's hand covered the front half of his right arm, which was the maximum extent that the clone could do. Looking at Shura flying out, Bai Yun stepped forward, and the air pressure technique burst out again, instantly catching up with Shura, but he did not use the hegemony again, but kicked with both feet together. The air pressure technique is not only used for flying. Looking at the situation where a big hole was shaken out of the deck, you know that the air pressure technique can also be a powerful air cannon. One force is not exhausted, and another force is added. The spear in Shura's hand finally couldn't hold on and bent nearly 90 degrees, and Shura also spit out a mouthful of old blood. Bai Yun stabilized his body and just wanted to show off. Shura hit the mast and broke it directly. And he spit out another mouthful of old blood. He and the mast hit his pet bird cross-legged again. Bai Yun was so scared that he shouted, "My bed," and immediately used the air pressure technique again. Chopper looked at the broken mast, and his heart was bleeding, and his eyes were wide open. Shura, Pantui, and the mast smashed the side of the boat and went out at the same time. The mast was relatively long. When the mast was about to completely leave the range of the boat, Bai Yun grabbed its tail end with both hands. And Shura and Pantui fell into the cloud with a splash. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the mast back. At this time, Pantui took Shura out of the water and flew away without looking back. Bai Yun ignored them and didn't even look at them. In short, Bai Yun and his team won the battle on the altar. Probably. Looking at the 3 holes on the deck, the 2 big holes on both sides of the boat, and the broken mast, Bai Yun was silent, and Chopper was silent too. Damn priest! Bai Yun cursed. All because of Shura, all. It's definitely not because of him. Chopper squatted on the ground and drew circles and cried, "Everyone leave the boat to me, I am not qualified as a boat keeper." Tears fell one by one, and Bai Yun felt guilty. "It's okay, Chopper. Big, your friends won't blame you. Also, think about the bright side, at least the ship as a whole is still a whole, and we beat a priest away. That's great. It's no use being sad now. We can't repair the mast, but we can fix those holes. I believe in you, Chopper." Bai Yun comforted, "I believe in you." These 4 words are very useful. Chopper looked up at Bai Yun. "You're right, Forest Mask. At least the priest ran away. We won. It's happened. It's no use being sad now. Okay, I'm going to start repairing the ship." Getting up again, Chopper turned into a human form with a bang, lifted the wooden board, and started repairing the holes with a hammer. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that Chopper cheered up. He looked at the wound on the hull again, and Chopper, who was busy and hard-working. Bai Yun cursed again, "Damn priest!" Xiao Bai hissed, not knowing whether he was agreeing with Bai Yun or laughing again. He twisted his body to get Bai Yun's hand, and suddenly remembered that he was now the Forest Mask. "I don't know him." So, Xiao Bai turned around and returned to the observation deck, even though the observation deck was now on the deck. Chapter 287. I guess I'll be pissed off by myself. With a hand knife and a 9-day thunder double kick, Shura was beaten away by the Forest Mask Bai Yun. So far, the first competition between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Sky Island Priest has ended, and it should be said that the Straw Hat Pirates have won. Time passes. This time, with Bai Yun there, Shura ran away before Ganfuer arrived. So, when Ganfuer arrived, he saw Chopper, who was busy, and Bai Yun, who was sitting with his legs crossed and drinking tea. "Well, you are here. Would you like a cup of tea?" Ganfuer was confused. "Can you tell me what happened here before?" "So that's it, you are the Forest Mask." Bai Yun told Ganfuer what happened, but the version he told was that they fought fiercely, and all the damage on the ship was caused by Shura. But in fact, Ganfuer recognized that the Forest Mask was Bai Yun. Not to mention the long hair and clothes, no one except Bai Yun called him master. He didn't know why Bai Yun had to disguise himself like this, hobby, but he didn't expose it. Bai Yun nodded, "Yes. Having the power to repel the priest, you are also among the strong, which is a good thing. Gonfer replied after drinking a sip of tea. Ha ha ha, not really. Master is the air knight that Chopper mentioned this time. I called you here to help Chopper guard the ship. I have something to do. Well, after hearing so much, Bai Yun also called himself Wu. What, Forest Mask, you're leaving? What are you going to do? Chopper asked in surprise. It was easy to surprise him. It's getting dark. But the Island of Gods is going to get lively. I'm going to join in the fun and buy some weapons. Bai Yun looked up, but he couldn't see the sun, only the light coming through the gaps in the treetops. Well, guarding the ship is the service this time. Okay, I'll take it. Ganfuer replied. Since the whistle sounded, as a businessman, he must abide by his own rules. Okay, then, see you later. Bai Yun put down the teacup, stood up, stepped into the air and flew away. Chopper stood by the boat and waved, see you later. Then he turned around and looked at Ganfuer. Sky Knight, just drink your tea, I'm going to repair the boat. Looking at Chopper's innocent face, Ganfuer smiled. Okay. The current situation of all parties. Luffy and his friends left the Lost Forest and headed for the altar. Zoro and his friends were still exploring the Island of Gods. The Shandayans, through the exploration of Aisha, a little girl with natural vision, learned that Gonfer, the former god, had finally stepped into the Island of Gods again. Both the former and current gods were there. As long as they were killed, they could take back the land and light up the Shandora lamp again. So, they launched a general attack on the Island of Gods. Not long after they left their village, Enlil found their traces. The attacks of Shandia were commonplace to him. These stupid people always had fantasies. Enlil then issued an order to the 3 priests who were still capable of fighting to stop the Shandayans through the heart net. Oh no, with his temper, he said, destroy those stupid Shandayans. Enlil said this in his heart net and out his mouth. Shandayans. The group of people wearing bull masks. Bai Yun asked curiously, blinking his big eyes, indicating that he definitely didn't know them. Enlil glanced at Bai Yun and just said and finally didn't let Bai Yun go to stop the Shandayans. After receiving the order, the other 3 waited for the stupid Shandayans in their own territory. Poor Shura. He had to continue fighting just after bandaging his wounds, and his chest was wrapped with 3 layers of bandages inside and outside. The weapon, the hot spear, was also broken, so he had to replace it with an old one. Although he had to fight again at this time, it was just what he wanted. If he didn't vent his anger, he would probably be angry to death. Chapter 288 I thank you. The sun's light shone on the earth, and the seemingly peaceful Island of God was pierced by the shouts of the Shandayans in the next second. After a spin in the air and landing, the Shandayans launched a general attack on the Island of God with the power and the ice blade under their feet. After years of fighting, even though they were wearing ice blades, they were walking on flat ground. No, it was even easier than standing on the ground with shoes. It was normal for the war ghost Wappa to take the lead. After all, as the descendant of the great warrior Kalgara, he also had the corresponding strength. Everyone, listen up. The situation on the Island of Gods is turbulent. It's a good time to formally attack. The target of the attack is the same as usual, go straight to the shrine. There's nothing to be afraid of. The great warrior Kalgara is our protector, not some so-called god. Brahm, a Shandayan with a hat covering his eyes, but using a flash gun. Mantis, a Shandayan with a Magansi hairstyle using a burning sword. Jebeo, a Shandayan with a fat body and leopard print sleeves on both hands. Loki, the only female among the 4 captains, a real queen with a cigarette in her mouth. We will separate here and make sure to come back alive. Swear to the great warrior Kalgara. Relight the lamp of Shandora. Morale must be boosted before the battle. With the shouts of Wappa, the Shandayan warriors were in high spirits and divided into 3 groups, like 3 spears piercing the Island of Gods. The 3 priests naturally felt that the Shandayans were coming. Here they come again. Shandayan. The word again is very essential. Although the troops were divided into 3 teams, the distance between the 3 teams was not far. Bucaram faced Shura of the rope trial. Mantis, Jabeo, and Lakai faced Gadaz of the swamp trial and Om of the iron trial. Shura still stood on Pantui and fought in the air. He vented his anger towards the forest mask on these Shandayans. Fire continued to spurt out from Pantui's mouth and the tip of the spear in his hand. Although Bucaram was curious about why Shura was injured, and it looked serious, it was a good thing for them, so he drew his gun and shot at Shura. Seeing the gun, Shura thought of Bayun pointing a gun at his head in front of the Island of Gods, and he was furious and swooped down to kill Bucaram. On the ground, 3 Shandayan captains faced 2 priests, and of course some Shandayan warriors. The 2 battlefields were very close, so the 3 captains wandered around the 2 priests after all. They had a low chance of winning in a head-on battle. At this time, in the God Island where the battle took place, Luffy and his 3 companions rode the crow along the Cloud River, which seemed out of place. "What kind of a hell of a place is this?" Luffy complained, and there was a grassland on both sides of the Cloud River in front of him. The grassland was full of sticks, and there were skulls on the sticks. What a horrible scene! Sanji seemed calm, saying that maybe it was the next trial site. Usopp couldn't stand it, he couldn't stand one, and he still came. What kind of trial is this? But when they reached the middle of the grassland, when the Cloud River was about to touch the ground, no one showed up. "It looks like an ordinary grassland," Luffy said. "It's ordinary there are sticks all over it and all the sticks are skulls." Usopp, as a sniper, has sharp eyes, or he has the ability to pay special attention to scary things. "Really?" Luffy looked carefully and it was true. But skulls are nothing to pirates. Pirates even have skulls on their flags. At this time, a sound appeared in the peaceful grassland. The Shandayans led by Walpa also came to this grassland through the forest. A leap flew directly from the crow, scaring Usopp's eyes to pop out. "Here it comes!" Luffy and Walpa looked at each other. Walpa hesitated for a second, turned in the air, and aimed the burning cannon at them. Just as he was about to fire, the forest mask Bayun also rushed out of the forest. This time, Walpa didn't even hesitate, and turned the gun to aim at Bayun and fired. Bayun wanted to swear, but stopped himself, and the words became, "Thank you, Mom." Chapter 289. Did you eat garlic before going out? The first battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the priests is over. And now it's the turn of the Shandayans and the priests to fight. Taking advantage of Gonfer's arrival at the Island of Gods, and the trouble of the Qinghai people, Walpa decided to launch a general attack on the Island of Gods at this time. However, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, who are now sightseeing on the Raven in the Island of Gods, don't know what happened. They met the Shandayans led by Walpa on the grassland in the center of the island. Walpa's gun was originally aimed at them, but Bayun, the forest mask who came out of the forest, made him change his mind. "Thank you, Mom." As soon as he came out of the forest, he was greeted by a cannonball, which scared Bayun so much that he sincerely thanked Walpa's mother. Fortunately, Bayun had the observation haki, and kicked the bomb away, otherwise he would have been hit by it directly, and if he was not killed, he would have been stunned by the explosion. "Who are you?" At this time, Walpa and their companions had already reached the branches at the edge of the forest, staring at Bayun who appeared. The disguise technique in One Piece is to wear a mask unless it is a very familiar person. Everyone is face blind, of course. There are some stupid people who simply cannot recognize it. "I am the forest mask." Bayun made another pose, showing his side face to Walpa. Sanji and Usopp looked at this scene and thought, "Isn't this Bayun? What's going on?" As people with brains, they thought that maybe Bayun did this for his own deep meaning, that is, to recognize Bayun. And Luffy, so handsome. Looking at forest mask Bayun, Luffy showed his interested eyes. The fox mask plus the green cloak. The cloak has a perfect hole, and especially the name of forest mask, it is so handsome. Okay, well, this is what Luffy thinks. Luffy and Bayun are so familiar with each other, if they are more familiar, something will happen, and his understanding of Bayun is bracelets and headbands. Forest Mask has neither, so it can be concluded that Forest Mask is not Bayun. Sanji and Usopp's back of the head revealed speechless, but it seems not unexpected. Luffy's appearance is normal. Right, ha ha ha. Bayun also shamelessly accepted Luffy's handsome words. Narcissism. Sanji and Usopp silently complained. Luffy thought it was handsome and interesting, but Wappa was not in the same mood. He frowned. Now was the time for them to launch a general attack, and he didn't want any variables. I don't care who you are. You, and the pirates who are causing trouble in the holy land of the sky. If you want to live, leave this island and go back to Qinghai. If you still insist on doing something wrong with this island, I will destroy you just like I destroyed Enelu. Holding a cigarette, with his eyebrows tilted down, Wappa stared at Luffy and Bayun fiercely. Luffy can bear this. Do you think you are as stupid as Bellamy? What are you talking about? If you don't accept it, let's fight. Usopp immediately grabbed Luffy. Okay, stop talking about Luffy. Sanji seemed calmer, and learned a message from Wappa's words. It turns out that the guerrilla soldiers and gods are not the same. And Bayun, he was much more arrogant. He commented on Wappa as a somewhat powerful arrogance. Did you eat garlic before going out to fight? You are so arrogant. I wish you a great victory in this battle, but why do you care where I go? Yes, Forest Mask is right. You care about us. Even if it is Forest Mask, Luffy's agreement seems to be no different from when he agreed with Bayun. Wappa's eyes were cold, and after weighing the pros and cons, he still ignored them. Don't let me see you again. You need strength to leave this island, and you may not be able to leave. Let's go. After saying that, Wappa turned around and left, jumping on the branches. Looking at their backs, Luffy's expression was serious. Those guys, what on earth do they want to do? After Wappa left, Bayun came over and came to the sky above the crow, floating in the air. At present, we know that they are enemies of God even if they are not enemies with us. They are probably not friends. Chapter 290. It is right to rescue them. Regarding Wappa, Bayun, oh no, it should be said that Forest Mask said to Luffy. We know that they are enemies of God even if they are not enemies of us. They are probably. I agree. Sanji agreed. What, friends or not friends? If he attacks us again, I will beat him away. Luffy raised his fist. They have been attacked by Wappa 3 times since they came to Sky Island, but only Bayun and Nami were there in the middle, and this time there were only 4 of them. It's a wise move, Bayun replied. Luffy smiled and showed his white teeth. Hee. By the way, who are you, Forest Mask? It sounds interesting. Since Luffy asked, Bayun had to act. Me, born by the forest, living by the forest, helping every lost child in the forest. I am Forest Mask. Bayun's posture, with his back to the front and his side face exposed. Ha ha ha, so handsome. Luffy applauded. And no rain dripped on Sanji and Usopp's heads again. Okay, keep going along this cloud river. And you'll reach the altar and reunite with your friends. I still have to buy some equipment. See you later. After saying that, Bayun's feet burst out with air cannons, chasing in the direction where Wappa and the others disappeared. It's really interesting, Forest Mask. He said that following this cloud river will lead to the altar. What a good man. Let's go. Luffy said. Sanji and Usopp, yes. The battle in the forest was very fierce. Even if there were only 3 opponents, the Shandayans could not gain an advantage. Om's pet, a big dog named Holy, could easily kill the Shandayans. It had thick skin and flesh, and Lakai's bullets could not break its defense. Om was good at swordsmanship. He drew his sword and slashed, and all the Shandayans who came to attack him were repelled. Gidaz possessed the wind spray shell and could produce Swamp Cloud's cloud shell. Wind spray shell equipped on the shoes and wrists of both feet, can move in the air and double the speed and power of punching. Swamp Cloud is arranged in the area under his jurisdiction. People who mistakenly enter will be like stepping into a swamp in the jungle by mistake. They cannot get out by their own strength and will suffocate to death. In the final analysis, if the battle is fought in the domain of each priest, the Shandian people have a smaller chance of winning. Facing the Shandians who surrounded him from all sides, Gadaz activated the wind spray shell, and the whole person spun around and shook them away. The Shandians who jumped up from the branches in the air to hit Shura also fell one by one. Braham didn't know why Shura was targeting him, but as a gunman, it was obviously a fool's behavior to fight with Shura, who was standing cross-legged and holding a spear, so he chose to run away and fight. Mantis attacked Om together with Jebeo. Jebeo fired incendiary bombs to cover Mantis. Mantis held the gun with both hands, jumped and killed, dancing in the air with a flash of gunfire. The tip of the gun pointed at Om on the ground and stabbed it fiercely. However, Om just took a step back and dodged his gunshot. Om smiled, raised his machete and chopped it down. At this moment, Bai Yun, the masked man of the forest, descended from the sky, swooped down diagonally, stretched out his spear, and the tip of the spear hit Om's downward blade. Mantis took this opportunity to roll back and leave. Bai Yun also flipped a distance from Om and stood in front of Mantis. Om's face, the eyes behind the sunglasses, looked at Bai Yun. "Are you the forest mask that Shura, that idiot said?" Bai Yun was fully armed, with 4 pistols on each side of his waist, a long gun in his hand, 2 machetes on his back, and a pair of ice blades under his feet. These were just the harvest that Bai Yun picked up along the way when he came to the battlefield. And Bai Yun still had a conscience. Others gave you such a pair of things. It's only right to help. So he helped save Mantis. Chapter 291, The Devil of Trade. After saying goodbye to Luffy and the others, Bai Yun entered the battlefield between the priests and the Shandians. The wounded Shandians lying on the ground were puzzled by Bai Yun's mask, but they also thought that Bai Yun was a white angel, a medical soldier on the battlefield, who came to save them. However, Bai Yun knew that he was not a white angel, and although he dragged them away from the battlefield for some distance, he also stripped off their equipment. Bai Yun preferred the title of Devil of Trade to White Angel. Looking at Bai Yun, who was fully armed and came out to disrupt the situation, Om had only heard Shura describe him. And the Shandians were puzzled who was this person wearing a strange mask. If Bai Yun could hear their voices, he would definitely reply, "Compared to your Minotaur mask, what's strange about my mask?" "Are you the forest mask that Shura, that waste, said?" Facing Om's words, Bai Yun nodded to show his agreement. "You are right, no matter my identity or Shura being a waste, you are right." After saying this, Bai Yun felt a gust of wind coming from his head. Shura held a fire spear and jumped towards Bai Yun suddenly, gritting his teeth as if he was going to pierce the earth. The wind came with the heat of the flame. Although Bai Yun had never learned a spear and had never copied a person who used a spear, his stick skills were copied from the true form of the Red Hair Pirate's ship doctor since he was a child. Although he had not practiced much over the years, he was at least good at it. The gravity attack of the stick is about smashing, while the spear is about stabbing. But there are also stabbing attacks in the stick skills. Moreover, a servant said, "Who said that you can't pierce without a spearhead?" Besides, Bai Yun now has a spearhead. Shura smashed down with his spear, but he had not yet come close to the distance that Bai Yun could reach with one hand holding the spear fully raised. However, at this moment, Bai Yun raised his spear and stabbed it out. If he held it in the middle of the spear, he would naturally not be able to touch Shura's spear, but Bai Yun let the spear slip out of his hand. It was better to say that he threw it up than to stab it. Bai Yun naturally did not have the confidence that the force of the throw could stop Shura's big jump. The spear slid along Bai Yun's palm, and when it reached the end, Bai Yun held it again. At this time, the tip of Shura's spear just touched the tip of the spear. While the two tips had not reacted yet, Bai Yun suddenly raised his other hand, and the armed color domineering had covered it, pushing the palm. The palm was aimed at the bottom of the spear and hit it hard. The huge force was transmitted along the spear shaft to the spear tip and then to the tip of Shura's spear. The spear shaft was broken and the iron tip became full of cracks. Of course, the front half of Shura's spear was also full of cracks, and the force directly shook Shura back in the air. Shura opened his eyes in disbelief. Iron fork! At this time, Bai Yun was holding his hand, and the spear in his hand had broken, just when his chest was wide open. The blade of Ohm's long sword seemed to be made of iron, but it was actually cloud, a cloud shell that could spray iron clouds equipped on the sword. It made his sword as light as cloud, as hard as iron, and it could be stretched and retracted freely and change shape. It was a bit like a super-inferior version of Bai Yun's bracelet. And Ohm took this opportunity to let the iron cloud stab Bai Yun's chest in a fork shape. The distance was not far. And it was an unethical sneak attack. While Bai Yun was fighting off Shura with the speed of the clone, Bai Yun had no way to avoid it, so he didn't avoid it. The fork pierced Bai Yun's chest, but there was a sound of steel colliding. Bai Yun was slow, and the speed of the armament color covering was just a thought in his mind. The regular appearance of the weapon fork is high in the middle and low on both sides. If the three fork tips are the same length, then with the range of armament color covering Bai Yun's chest, the fork tips on both sides can pierce Bai Yun. Unfortunately, the fork that Ohm used to transform into Iron Cloud was a regular fork. Seeing this situation, even if Bai Yun couldn't see it, he could guess that the eyes under Ohm's sunglasses were full of shock. He knew that even God Enel couldn't catch Iron Cloud with his flesh. Chapter 292. I still say the same thing, I wish you a great victory in this battle. While Bai Yun was beating back Shura, Ohm took advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. They don't have any martial ethics. The unlucky guy at the beginning was beaten 4-1 by them. However, the fork transformed by Tai Yun stabbed Bai Yun's chest, but it was like stabbing a piece of iron. Bai Yun had no other reaction except taking 2 steps back. Ohm's small eyes were full of doubts. As far as he knew, even God Enel couldn't take on Tai Yun with his flesh. Enel didn't have armament haki, of course, he could also be elementalized, so it wasn't a flesh body. There's something in your clothes. This was the only reason Ohm could accept. Bai Yun laughed. There are always people who deceive themselves by forcing their ignorance to the range that they can understand and accept. Bai Yun was not in the mood to explain to Ohm what armament haki was. Guess after saying that, Bai Yun raised his hand, but just like that, Ohm immediately put away his knife and retreated. Bai Yun's move just now was enough to shock him. He was not as relaxed and disdainful as he was when facing the Shandian people. When facing Bai Yun now, Tai Yun turned into a blade and stood in front of his chest, staring at Bai Yun with his eyes, showing his vigilance against Bai Yun. Seeing that the other party was like a frightened bird, Bai Yun smiled again. I still like your unruly priest. Who are you? Ohm asked, and Gadaz, who was not far behind Bai Yun, also asked a question, but he bit his lower lip and spoke in a strange language. They were all very afraid of Bai Yun. Such a person suddenly appeared in the island of gods. Regardless of how strong he is not simple anyway. He looks very strange. He doesn't look like a Shandian. Shandians generally have bronze skin, otherwise they can't be white. This guy is very white, very similar to the angels on Angel Island, but Ohm knows that Bai Yun must not be a woman, because the fork stabbed her just now, and her chest is very flat. Guess. And, Bai Yun answered Ohm. First, these 2 words have been tried and tested, and they are universal answers. Then he turned his head to look at Gadaz, imitating him to bite his lower lip and mumble. Gadaz understood that he was biting his lower lip again, and at the same time, he also understood what he was like when he mumbled to others. After speaking, Bai Yun turned his head, reached behind his back and pulled out the 2 swords, and stood with the 2 swords, full of momentum. Ohm and Gadaz exchanged glances, and the next second, both of them moved, much faster than dealing with the Shandian people, attacking Bai Yun from the front and back. Bai Yun still looked calm and composed at this moment. Wappa and his troops finally arrived. No matter how fast their ice blades were, they were not as fast as Bai Yun's air pressure technique. when Wappa arrived, let alone whether he had figured out the situation on the battlefield. He didn't need a reason to attack the priest. Facing Gadaz, who attacked Bai Yun's back with a Leo flying kick, Gadaz could only turn around and put out his hand to block Wappa's kick. On their right, Ohm's blade stabbed directly at Bai Yun's face. He didn't believe that there was something on Bai Yun's face. For Ohm's reckless attack, Bai Yun just raised his two swords and crossed them to block his blade. On the left and right, the four people fought for only a few seconds. Wappa's kick failed, and then he raised the muzzle of the burning gun and aimed it at Gadaz's face. The muzzle was only 10 centimeters away from him. Wappa fired the shell with a look of disdain. There was a violent explosion, and Wappa left with the air wave. At the same time, Bai Yun smiled at Ohm, stepped into the air, and the man spun sideways, and the stuck blade made Ohm stagger without stopping. Bai Yun bounced Ohm away, and almost at the same time, he kicked Gadaz behind him at the waist. Gadaz flew backwards, coming out of the black smoke, still biting his lower lip, but the shot did not kill him. The body stopped spinning, Bai Yun fell face down, and immediately reached down with both swords. The blades bent and rebounded, and then with force, Bai Yun bounced directly onto the tree branch. Looking down at Wappa from a high place. I still say that, I wish you a great victory in this battle. Chapter 293. What is Bai Yun doing? I still say that, I wish you a great victory in this battle. Bai Yun intervened in the battle between the Shandayans and the priests. And this was a deal for him. He took away the Shandians' equipment, and he helped the Shandayans fight the priests. When Wappa arrived, Bai Yun planned to retreat with these equipments. Did he still want him to fight to the death? So he said this to Wappa on the branch. Was it a sincere blessing or a hidden meaning? Bai Yun said it was both. After saying that, he turned and left. The matter was done and he left, hiding his merits. No, no. The name must be left. Remember, everyone, I am the mask of the forest. See you later. After saying this, Bai Yun pulled out a gun and shot at Shura, who wanted to sneak attack him, then ran away with a burst of air under his feet. Wappa stared at the direction where Bai Yun left, his expression unchanged, his face indifferent, only the cigarette in his mouth was slowly burning. Whether they were priests or not, Bai Yun, the mask of the forest, left a deep impression in their hearts. Turning his head, Wappa and Ohm met eyes. There was nothing to say. Kill. Wappa gave an order and took the lead in the attack, and the second round began. Here, Zoro, Nami, and Robin were exploring during the time when Bai Yun was fighting with the Shandayans, and Luffy and his friends were rushing to the altar on the Raven. The three of them arrived behind the altar of the Island of Gods. At the edge of the Island of Gods here, they saw the other side of Colicate's half of the house. But this half was older and covered with vines and moss, while Colicate's half of the house was obviously renovated. This also proved that Bai Yun's words about the Golden Country being sprayed into the sky by the sky-high sea currents. The Golden Country is really here. Nami was almost so happy that she went there directly. They had already explored the most important part, and dusk was coming, so the three of them returned to the altar. When they arrived at the shore of the altar lake, they saw that the mast of the Mary was broken, and Nami shouted anxiously, "Chopper, where are you? What happened?" The mast of the Mary was broken. Did he remodel the ship? Zoro guessed, and his guess was right, but he trusted Chopper a little too much. Is there grass in your head? Even a fool would know that we have encountered an enemy. Nami was so angry that her face turned into a shark. With grass and algae growing in her head, she learned a new way to curse. Did she get murdered? Robin's guess was even more terrifying. Don't let your imagination run wild. Nami immediately kicked this guess away. Hey, Chopper, are you there? What happened? Zoro also shouted, and his voice was indeed louder than Nami's. Just as they were worried, Gonfer came out of the cabin with Chopper, holding a pot of pumpkin soup in his hand. Hey, old man. Nami asked in confusion. It's okay, we're fine. Chopper shouted back. Before Zoro and the others could answer, Luffy and the others' voices came from the left side of the Mary. "Oh look, it's the Mary, the altar is over there." The voice attracted everyone over. "Ah, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, I passed the test of love and came to pick you up." Sanji's beauty radar made his eyes freeze on the two beauties, and the silly green algae head was automatically mosaicked. "You are scared, but Captain Usopp is back. Don't worry. What it took so long to get such a small trial?" Usopp and Luffy continued Sanji's words, and their personalities are really distinct. Nami smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. "They seem to be fine, so I feel relieved." As soon as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard a voice. "Yo-ho-ho! They are all here." Imitating the laughter of a skeleton who has not yet appeared, who else could it be? The protagonist always appears last. "Ah, hello everyone, I am the Forest Mask." Except for Luffy and Chopper, and Gonfer who was not sure, everyone else looked at this scene and thought, what is Bai Yun doing? Chapter 294. Thank you for loving me briefly. The mask is gone. When he said this, Usopp's heart seemed to be bleeding. "I'm sorry, Mr. Long Nose. We tried our best with the ship as the battlefield, it is impossible to guarantee that the ship is intact. In short, damn priest." "Right, Chopper." Bai Yun replied immediately, looking at Chopper with sincere eyes. "Well." The Forest Mask said that it was the priest who broke the mast. Chopper replied, "He did not lie, it was indeed Shura who broke it, it was just the difference between active and passive. I have repaired the other places, but this mast." Chopper always felt disappointed because he failed to live up to everyone's expectations. "Bayun, I'm sorry, I'll catch Shura's big bird mount and roast it when I have a chance." "Cross-legged, what does it have to do with me?" Usopp didn't care that Bayun called him Mr. Longnose, he knew that they couldn't be blamed for this. "What about you?" "Bai Forest Mask looks fine, Chopper, you're not hurt, right?" "Ah, yet." Chopper was stunned for a moment, then nodded with Bayun and Ziobai here this time, he didn't get hurt. "That damn priest must be hard to deal with, I'm glad you're all right. And you've almost repaired other places, Chopper, it's amazing." Usopp turned around and walked away, saying that although he felt sorry for the Mary, he wouldn't blame Chopper and Bayun. Chopper listened silently, and Bayun patted his antlers. "Did you hear that? You're already amazing, Chopper." After saying that, Bayun also walked away. Chopper came back to his senses, his whole body was burning with fire, that was his fighting spirit, and he made a secret decision in his heart. "I must become a more reliable man." What a happy team, very good, very good. Gonfer heard what Usopp said to Bayun and Chopper, and looked at Luffy who was croaking and showing off his pumpkin soup in front of him, and couldn't help but imagine what magic this leader had to gather these partners. In response, Bayun and the others should have answered like this. "Bayun, I'm his childhood friend." "Zoro, I don't know, I'll cut him sooner or later." "Nami, silly, loves to eat, but reliable." "Usopp, as the boss, of course I have to protect my younger brother." "Sanji, what because of him, I got on the ship because of the beautiful Miss Nami." "Chopper. Luffy and the others need a doctor, I will grow into a reliable doctor." "Robin, very interesting team. It's already night, and the boat needs to be repaired. I think we can wait until tomorrow and set off back to Angel Island tomorrow." Sanji also commented on the pumpkin soup made by Gonfer, saying it was delicious, and then he suggested. "It's already night, and the boat is broken, and there is no lighting. How about staying in the forest tonight and setting up camp by the lake in case of an attack by the lake, it will be easier to deal with." Sanji's considerations are more realistic. Luffy only heard, "Wow, great, we're going to camp and have a bonfire party." Very excited, then Luffy thought of something and became a little depressed. "It's a pity that Bayun is not here, I wonder how he is now and where he is." Forest Mask, yes, yes. But it's okay, I trust his strength, let's have ours. Luffy, who is good at persuading himself, became excited and shouted for a bonfire party again. Forest Mask Bioon said. Thank you, you know to love me briefly. Wait a minute, this is the enemy's territory, you actually want to. Usopp is more cautious, timid. But it's no use. Swish, change the scene. Everyone has set up camp at the lakeside. Chapter 295, Let's go find gold together. The camping by the lake reminded Bioon of his childhood as expected. He was carefree when he was a child. Everyone reported the information they knew. But there was nothing useful. Except, just as Bioon guessed, the surging sea current hit the island into the sky. This island is the golden country that the Saruyama coalition army has been dreaming of. Usopp pointed at the three big words on the blackboard with a pointer, golden country. When he said this, he looked at the forest mask Bioon reflexively. Bioon smiled back, and Usopp immediately looked away, but Luffy still didn't find anything wrong. For example, Luffy is shocked now. Really? And Nami is speechless. Didn't I say it just now? Ha ha ha, this is not important. The important thing is gold. Bioon said with a smile. Luffy's mouth corners also rose. Yes, gold, this is the adventure I have been looking forward to for a long time. Speaking of gold, Nami was the happiest. It seems that the adventure of the sky-high current is worth it. Usopp was still as cautious as before. Hey, Luffy, have you forgotten the advice of the gorilla soldier? Chopper was as cautious as him. God will be angry. Hehe, it seems very interesting. Robin always used the word, interesting. Well, with the treasure in front of him, that pirate is not tempted. Sanji replied, indeed, with the gold in front of him, who would not be tempted, let alone the pirate? And Zoro has always been a battle maniac. The enemy is very strong. It seems that we have to fight for survival. This is terrible, but the corners of his mouth are raised with a smile. Bioon came to a summary. No matter what, the adventure can't be smooth sailing, as the saying goes. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. And this golden country is not ordinary wealth and honor. Hehe, Forest Mask is right, the adventure can't be smooth sailing. That's interesting. Okay, let's do it. Let's go find gold together. Luffy stood up, spread his legs, raised his hands and shouted excitedly. Gonfer still smiled and didn't say anything. It was a very long night. After the excitement, he had to wait until the night was over before he could take risks, so Luffy felt that the night was very long. Lying on the ground and looking at the iron pot, the sound of boiling water kept coming from the iron pot. But the water inside is not drinkable. The drinkable water is the distilled water in the small iron pot on the iron pot. I'm so bored. Apparently, it was too boring for him to let Lukuo watch the distilled water fill up and pour it up. Bioon slowly opened his eyes. The fire made him feel very calm. He fell asleep while sitting and was awakened by Luffy's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Luffy lying on the ground. And Gonfort and his bird were also staring at the flames. Sanji was processing the ingredients. Nami was reading a book. Robin was walking by the lake. There was a clanging sound from the altar. It should be Usopp repairing the boat. At this time, Zoro and Chopper, who went out to find more food, also came back. Sanji, we found a lot of food. There are walnuts, aloe vera, bananas, and garlic. Chopper reported obediently. Zoro's report didn't sound obedient. There are also mice and frogs. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Throw them all in. Sanji replied. Nami, who was flipping through a book next to him, got angry. Wait, I just heard about food I can't accept. Sanji smiled and touched his head. Ah, sorry, don't you like garlic? No, that's not what I meant. Nami waved her hand immediately. Bioon came with a smile. I think it should be frogs and mice, add more garlic. Adding more garlic was Bioon's own idea. Since you are here, then help with the food. Sanji nodded and said immediately. Bioon looked at him sincerely. Is it too late for me to go back now? But it seems too late. Usopp and Robin also returned to the camp at this time. Robin was holding some blue crystals in his hands. Wow Robin, what is that blue thing gem? It's beautiful, right? It's a pity it's not. Robin replied. Sanji, a professional, could tell what it was. Hey, is it a crystal of salt? Sister Robin, you are awesome. Yeah, Sister Robin is awesome. Bai Yun followed. Robin's crystal was put down. I found it by the lake, I think it's useful. Of course, this is something that is life-threatening in the survival battle. Sanji replied, but with a hint of flirting. Chapter 296 The God of the Past. Night came, but unfortunately the sky was mostly covered by the huge tree canopy, otherwise it would be very beautiful to see the stars at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In order to welcome the arrival of tomorrow and tonight's dinner, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is taking action. Give me half of the aloe vera and garlic, I want to make disinfectant and burn medicine, maybe I can use it tomorrow. Chopper said while picking garlic and aloe vera. Zoro muttered behind him, do you want frogs? Do you want frogs? Bai Yun laughed, feeling that Zoro was a little funny, let alone whether frogs can be used as medicine. Do you have a grudge against frogs? Forest Mask is right, are you free, Zoro, come and help. Sanji took over Bai Yun's words. What? Zoro turned around and walked over. Although he looked reluctant, his expression was like this isn't he walking over. Hey! Sanji and Bai Yun turned their heads in tacit understanding, and the direction was the red-hot stone on the ground. Ah! Then the two of them turned their eyes to the pot in tacit understanding. It was obvious that the stone was thrown into the pot. Hey, that's not how I use my knife. Zoro complained. But he had already lifted the stone with two crossed swords in his hands. He was really arrogant. Shut up, if you make the chef angry, you will starve. Sanji replied. Although he was fierce, he was also protecting him. Of course, he was protecting the stone. If the stone fell, he would not eat it. When the two of them came over, Bai Yun opened the lid of the pot, and with a bang, the stone was thrown into the pot by Zoro. Bai Yun closed the lid, and Luffy had been watching since Zoro and the others were carrying the stone. Stones can be eaten. Are they delicious? Bai Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really plan to eat stones? Sanji explained, it's strange that you can eat them. This is called burnt stone stew. It means using hot stones to stew dishes. The stew is very good and will not lose the nutrients in the dishes. Bai Yun has never eaten this burnt stone stew, whether before or after the time travel, but he believes in Sanji's cooking skills. After waiting for a while, the dish is ready. At the same time, Nami's plan, which she had just started, is also ready. Hey everyone, come here, start the combat meeting and discuss what to do tomorrow. Okay. Sanji answered most actively, because it was Nami. You can try Zoro instead. Whether discussing the plan or eating, of course, the best thing is to discuss while eating. Well, first of all, just as Bai Yun guessed at the beginning, the reason why the Golden Country found in Nolando's album disappeared when he set foot on Gaia Island again was because during the time he left, the part of Gaia Island that included the Golden Country was washed up into the sky by the surging sea current. That is, the island of God under our feet now. But the forest we visited on Gaia Island is not the same as the forest here. Student Zoro asked a question. This requires the knowledgeable Robin to explain. I think it is probably due to the different components of the sea clouds and island clouds. In the environment of this island, there seems to be a force that can make plants and animals grow rapidly. In this way, the civilization buried in the forest can be explained. Well, very convincing. Bai Yun said, and Robin smiled back at him. No wonder Thetites as big as those south-facing birds surrounding the air knights. Oh, and they call the air knights gods. Chopper raised his hands and opened them, gesturing, so big, and at the same time simply said what he heard the south-facing birds call you Gonfer. He was so simple that Luffy was shocked and looked at Gonfer, who had been silent. God! So I want to beat you up, old man? Of course not, you stupid guy. Usopp complained, but then he turned his attention to Gonfer like everyone else. Gonfer didn't react much. I am indeed a god, but it was a thing of the past. Focus on the plan, and I will tell you about my story later. Chapter 297, The Right Eye of the Skull. Focus on the plan, and I will tell you about my story later. Faced with what Chopper said about Nan Niao calling Gonfer a god, the Straw Hat Pirates were all curious except Bai Yun, of course. Bai Yun also pretended to be curious, and facing a pair of eyes, the old man Gonfer was still very calm and replied like this. Hearing him say this, Nami did not ask further questions. Gonfer helped them at the beginning, and according to Luffy and the others, he saved Konis, and finally came to help Chopper. Therefore, Nami did not think Gonfer was a bad person, and continued to talk about their plan. In short, let's recall the information about the Golden Country recorded in Nolando's logbook. Nami asked the question. Luffy raised his hand to answer, and he was the first to have an answer. He saw gold. Okay, that's just bullshit. You're talking nonsense, you're stupid, Usopp complained. The diary also wrote about the huge golden bell and the south-facing bird made of gold, right? Sanji recalled that he should be the one who remembered Nolando's story the most besides Nami. Robin took over his words. By the way, there is a very confusing sentence on the last page of the diary Nolando wrote in the article he left before his death. In the right eye of the skeleton, I saw gold. That's it. Robin got to the point, and Nami immediately confirmed it. Look, I made the map that Robin got on Gaia Island in the same proportion as the ancient map of the Sky Holy Land. Then stick it together facing the house on the coast. Nami spread the two maps on the ground while speaking. The two maps overlapped, and the complete picture of Gaia Island looked like a skeleton. Look, this is the full view of Gaia Island 400 years ago. Nami's tone was very excited. Heads gathered around the map in a circle and looked at the contents on the map. Oh, it looks like a skull, Luffy said in surprise. It really has the flavor of a pirate. The gold of the skull, Bai Yun exclaimed. Yes, is Forest Mask also a pirate? Luffy found a blind spot. My childhood friend is a pirate. I know something about it, Bai Yun answered naturally. Indicating that I didn't lie. Really, my childhood friend? That's great, Luffy smiled back. Luffy's stupidity is already a habit, and everyone ignored it and continued to care about the Golden Country. Usopp picked up the map that Nami had glued together. Then the right eye of the skull is this place. Nami confidently pointed to a place on the map. Nolando must have hinted at the full view of Gaia Island, but now only half of Gaia Island remains, so the mystery cannot be solved. But now, the two maps are merged, and the skeleton's appearance, it will definitely not come out. There must be a lot of gold waiting for us in this place. Nami confidently pushed the glasses on her face, flashing a confident look. So that's it. That makes sense. Treasure. Luffy and the others responded. At this time, Robin looked at Bai Yun, who was watching quietly with a smile on his lips. She remembered that Bai Yun had said at Colicate's house that the Golden Country was a country, that is, on the ground. So is it possible that the right eye of the skeleton refers to a certain place? Is it a coincidence, or? It's really getting more and more curious, Bai Yun. Robin thought in his mind. Bai Yun felt his eyes and turned his head to the past. Robin didn't say anything, just smiled in response. What can Bai Yun do? Of course, he also smiled in response. Wait until Luffy and the others stop howling. Nami continued to point to the location of the Golden Country speculated on the map. We will go directly to this place tomorrow, but we can't leave the ship alone, so we will split into two groups. Bai Yun raised his hand and made a gesture of cutting his neck. Act separately. Chapter 298, Bonfire Party. Act separately. A cold joke about Bai Yun. Others were hit by no rain, and only Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were supportive. Ha ha ha, acting separately, it's really funny and scary. Usopp laughed fearfully. Yes, ha ha ha, echoed from Little Chopper. You are still really funny. Forest Mask. Hey! Luffy reached out and patted Bai Yun, and suddenly felt a little familiar with the touch. Bai Yun himself didn't think it was that funny. Really, thank you for the compliment. Dinner time is over, plan discussion time is over, and it's time to rest. How is it possible? It's late at night, let's put out the fire that's not needed, otherwise it will be bad if the enemy knows the location. Robin suggested. She was starting from the safety issue. However, he underestimated Luffy's brain circuit, or their optimism and energy. What a stupid thing to say, Usopp. Did you hear that? Robin asked us to put out the fire. Don't blame him, you didn't tell her. Until now, Robin has lived underground, referring to the Baroque studio gangsters, she just didn't know. Usopp replied seriously. What are you talking about? Sometimes, Luffy's behavior has always been an area of knowledge that Robin has not touched. Luffy and Usopp squatted down and pounded the ground in disappointment. They were really disappointed. Bonfire party, think about it and you will know, fool. People can die, but the fire of the bonfire party must never be extinguished. Only Nami, who is also a woman, understands Robin. In fact, Bai Yun doesn't really understand it. It's good to have a good time, but it's not necessary to die. You are the fools. Stop it, you should know how dangerous this forest is. There are gods and gorillas here, moreover, this forest alone is dangerous enough, there may be beasts and monsters. Nami sighed and persuaded. Chopper believed it, monsters. And Luffy's attitude, I don't know, compared with monsters, Nami, you are much more terrible, you actually refused the bonfire party. As expected, Luffy received the bag sent by Nami. Hey Luffy, this is how the bonfire is set up, right? At this time, Zoro shouted. Nami turned around and saw that Zoro and Sanji had already set up the bonfire. Nami instantly turned into a shark face. Why are you two messing around, ha ha ha? Maybe this is the romance of men, Bai Yun said with a smile, and suddenly felt something was wrong, so he changed his words. This is the romance of men. It is very important to change from doubt to affirmation. Romance. Nami covered her forehead and wanted to cry. Miss Nami, don't worry, beasts are most afraid of fire, Sanji said confidently while holding a torch. Then a pair of green eyes emerged from the darkness of the forest behind him. Behind, there are already things coming from behind, Nami screamed in fear. Under the dark night, the previously quiet God Island forest was now bustling around the altar. The fire was shining, and people and wolves were happily spinning and dancing around the bonfire. It was a magical scene. In Bai Yun's words, these wolves have become spirits. Nami and Robin, who didn't understand just now, also had smiles on their faces. Even the Cloud Wolf has been tamed. What a strange group of people, moreover. You are the only ones who dare to be so arrogant in Enel's territory. Gonfer sighed. Bai Yun sat next to Gonfer, nodded, and agreed. Being young is good. Through Zoro and others' attitude towards this forest mask, Gonfer has guessed that this forest mask is the long-haired boy in their group, Bai Yun, but he doesn't understand why he dresses like this. You are not mature. Gonfer replied. Zoro heard Gonfer speak, and withdrew from the dance team. He has always been a very competent partner. Gonfer's identity and what he knows may be very useful for tomorrow's golden battle. So, now Bai Yun, Zoro, and Robin did not participate in the bonfire dance. Chapter 299. There is no reason not to try. The lakeside of the altar was very lively. Luffy and Yunlin danced around the bonfire. Those who didn't know thought they were holding some mysterious ceremony. And Gonfer, who was next to him, talked to Bai Yun, Zoro, and Robin about him. About what he knew about Enel and the Island of God. I heard everything you said just now. You said that this island was called Gaia Island before, right? Why is it now called the Holy Land in the Sky, do you know? Gonfer asked. It is likely that you don't know. Bai Yun interrupted. Gonfer nodded slightly and continued. For you, having the ground is a very common thing. That's natural. Zoro replied. Mr. Greenhair is right, there is a lot of ground, but it doesn't belong to you. Bai Yun took over Zoro's words. Zoro glanced at him. Green hair and green algae head are the same. Gonfer grabbed a handful of soil on the ground, but in the air, the surface does not exist originally. Although the island cloud can make plants grow quickly, it cannot create plants because there is no green and soil in the air. As he said, Gonfer threw the soil in his hand back to the ground. We call this thing Earth, which is the eternal dream of people living in the air. I remember that the stone statue on Lovely Street was also called Earth by you. And the priests call themselves the Earth in the area they are responsible for. Is it because the stone statue was carved from the stone here, and the priests call themselves the Earth, which means that they have control over that piece of land? Bai Yun said his guess, as if the whole Sky Island was full of Earth. Although it is not very clear, you should be right. The Earth is 400 years ago. If our ancestors wanted to get vegetables, they could only wait on the beach and pick up the wreckage of ships washed up by the current, and one day 400 years ago, the entire Sky Island seemed to be shaking. The land flew from the ground to the Sky Island. It seemed to be a gift from God. The gods at that time led people to occupy the land and drove the gorillas who originally lived in it, that is, the Shandayans, out of the land. Named this piece of land Sky Holy Land. It became the place where the gods live. Ganfuer slowly told the story about the island of God. To put it nicely, for forget it, I can't think of any good words to put it bluntly, the gods were just invaders at that time, but if you fall behind, you will be beaten. The Shandayans lost, and they lost invaders. Yes, no matter what the reason is, no matter what, you need land to survive, invaders are invaders. Bai Yun replied, putting away his previous relaxed tone. Although I don't want to admit it, you are right. In the following 400 years, we have been at war with the Shandayans. After I became a god, I also talked to the Shandayans, but 400 years of resentment cannot be solved by talking. Robin sat in his usual position, with his elbows on his knees and his palms supporting his face. Gonfer nodded. That's it, but for the future of Sky Island, I still want to continue talking to them, and the arrival of Enel changed everything. He has extremely powerful power, and he drove me, the god, down and took the position of God himself. The constant surveillance makes the residents of Sky Island panic. If you want to find gold, Enel will definitely not sit idly by. You must be aware of it. Gonfer reminded. Bai Yun glanced at Luffy. Even if it is extremely difficult, there is gold and adventure ahead, so why not try it? Gonfer smiled when he heard it. Then I wish you good luck in martial arts. Chapter 300 Ship Spirit. Time passed. The people Usopp said can die, but the fire of the bonfire party must not be extinguished. But when the wood is burned out, it will still go out. Inextinguishable refers to the flame that remains in people's hearts. Okay, it's late at night, and it will soon not be night if it gets deeper. Good night, everyone. Bai Yun looked at Luffy and the others who were lying on the ground after jumping tired, with the sky as their quilt and the ground as their bed, and ended their conversation. Old man, you can sleep anywhere here. Except for the ladies' tent. Bai Yun looked at Gonfer and said. Gonfer said he understood. Using the sky and the earth as your bed is also a kind of practice. After saying that, he closed his eyes right there. Zoro was the same, leaning against the stone wall, holding a knife and sleeping comfortably. Robin got up and went to the tent, where Nami was already resting. However, she still had a question. I'm curious, what will you call me, Mr. Forest Mask? Bai Yun stroked his chin pretending to be serious. Well, how about Black-Skinned Lady? Robin's eyebrows twitched visibly, and after giving Bai Yun a smile, he walked towards the tent. Bai Yun was thinking, tomorrow he should call his companions Mr. Straw Hat, Mr. Green Hair, Miss Orange Hair, Mr. Long Nose, Chef with Curly Eyebrows, Chopper and Black-Skinned Lady. Well, good names. Good night, everyone. Makabaka. Time passed, and the flames on the bonfire rack had completely gone out, leaving only sporadic sparks and drifting smoke. What do you mean by go together? How old are you? If you want to go, go by yourself. Usopp's request to go to the bathroom together was ruthlessly rejected. But he couldn't hold it in, and was afraid of waking everyone up, so he had to pretend to be brave and go by himself. When passing by the lake, he heard a tinkling sound, which came from the Mary on the altar. What's that sound? There should be no one on the boat, the fog is too thick, I can't see clearly. Usopp said in his heart. As a layer of fog dissipated, he saw a small figure holding a hammer and repairing the mast of the Mary. The most important thing is that the figure was floating in the air. Usopp was so scared that his mouth opened. He was timid to begin with, and at this moment, there was another surprise. A face suddenly appeared in front of him, hanging upside down. A fox mask with long loose hair, still hanging upside down. And it was a sudden face-to-face kill. Before Bai Yun could speak, Usopp fell backwards stiffly with tears in his eyes, and white foam hung from the corners of his mouth. Why are you so timid, Usopp? Bai Yun said that he could hang upside down now because of the vines tied to his feet. He had just slept on the branches, and tied the vines to prevent himself from falling. After untying the vines on his ankles, Bai Yun turned over and lay on the ground, kicking Usopp in the abdomen. Okay, now Usopp is sleeping more soundly. It must be too close to the ground. How tall is Usopp? Bai Yun stood up to make up for himself, looked at the Mary, and flew over with one step. Seeing Bai Yun coming, the ding-dong sound stopped. Bai Yun stood by the boat, not getting closer, and still couldn't see the face of the boat elf in the fog. And seeing Bai Yun stop, the boat elf also stopped moving. One man and one elf looking at each other. Do you know the Smurfs? Bai Yun spoke first. As soon as he opened his mouth, the ship elf couldn't do it. What elves? Smurfs. The ship elf shook his head in the fog. Seeing that Bai Yun didn't move, he continued to pick up the hammer to repair the mast. Born in a ship, you live in a ship, then can you see Miss Nami and Miss Robin taking a bath? Bai Yun said this, and the ship elf staggered, as if he hit his fingers, and hurriedly shook his head to deny it, saying that he was a serious elf. Haha, just kidding. Hidden little friend. Thank you for your hard work, good night. After that, Bai Yun flew back to sleep. The fog flew away, and the ship elf's small eyes were full of doubts, curiously looking at Bai Yun's flying back.